place, I guess, where they're going to be?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Good morning. We'll call the meeting of the City Council for the City of Corpus Christi to order for Tuesday, July the 21st. And I'll give the invocation. We'll have the Pledge of Allegiance to the Texas flag and the United States flag, and then Ms. Huerta will call the roll. Join me in prayer. Our Father, we're grateful you've given us another day to come together and work for the betterment of our community. We pray for our community, Father, in this pandemic, and the first responders and the medical personnel and the staffs that are working diligently 24/7 to address the needs in our community for those that have fallen ill. We ask you to give them a speedy recovery and back to good health. And those across the country and around the world that are experiencing the same, we pray. Watch over us now through this meeting, that we may do things that would be in the best interest of our community and not selfish for ourselves. These things we ask in your name, amen. Join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Thank you. Ms. Huerta, if you'll call the roll.
Mayor Joe McComb.
Here.
Council members Roland Barrera.
Here.
Rudy Garza.
Here.
Paulette Guajardo. Present. Gil Hernandez.
Here.
Michael Hunter.
Here.
Ben Molina.
Here.
Everett Roy.
Here.
Greg Smith.
Here.
City Manager Peter Zanoni.
Here.
City Attorney Mouse Risley.
Here.
Mayor and Council, a quorum of the Council and the required charter officers are present to conduct the meeting.
All right. Under our agenda, we don't necessarily need to wait till 12 for public comment, or do we? It doesn't. It's not posted for 12. It's just public comment, and they have to be in prior to the meeting starting, right?
Yes, sir. So, about 11:35, we do have 10 people who will be calling in today. So,
Oh,
whenever
well,
you're ready.
do they think we're going to wait till 12?
No, sir. It's not posted for a time, so they're ready. I think we're ready to begin with that under public comment.
Okay. Well, 'cause I was going to say we were handed a packet of written
Yes, so there's
comment.
some written public comment, but in addition, we do have 10 people who signed up to call in.
Okay. Well, let's see if we can get started. That'd give us a little jump start. If you can
Okay.
get, I don't know how you've got that set up, but
Okay, we're ready.
all right.
Let me get started.
So this will be public comment period. We've received a handful of written comments for the record, and the council, each member has been given a copy of this, right?
Yes, sir. That's right.
And then we'll have public comment via telephone. All right,
And it's 1 minute per person.
1 minute per person.
And then-
Okay. All right.
One moment, please. Mayor and Council, the first caller today is Eli Rodriguez. Mr. Rodriguez, are you ready to make your comment?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, go right ahead.
Okay. I submitted a request to speak to the council regarding rising concern over the construction of desalination units in our bay. The little voice of the public has been offered on the subject, and the potential for economic and environmental toll these units will pose lead me to believe this plan should be reviewed with greater consideration for the general populace's opinions and knowledge. I'm not alone in believing that select officials have failed to represent the interests of the public, and in its place have favored the interests of profit and private affairs. We believe there are enough local concerns within our already strained environment and economy that the COVID outbreak is not doing any justice. Desal units would put salt to sore wound, and I ask that the city consider a vote of some sort over the matter. That's all I have.
very much, Mr. Rodriguez. Hello? Andrea? Okay. Hello? Okay. Okay, Andrea?
Yes.
Okay, will you please give your name, your full name and address for the council, and your public comment can begin now.
My name is Andrea M. Hammond, and I live in District 5. Good afternoon. I'm calling the city council to let the constituents vote on the desalination loan of $222.5 million. The city council has proven time and time again that they support profits over people, but the people have a right to know the potential impact the desal plants will have on our community. The high energy process of desalination will increase greenhouse gas emissions, brine dumping into our bay could lead to die-offs of fish and other marine life, and may increase conditions for harmful algae blooms, which can then cause respiratory problems in humans. Someone needs to explain to me why our city council, individuals who were voted into office by their constituents, feel those constituents should not have a voice on this issue. How can you justify proposing this loan without the public's commentary or consent during a pandemic? Could this amount of money not be used for testing supplies, PPE, small business relief, rent relief, and a myriad of other issues during this time of crisis in our community? Please put this on the ballot and let the people decide. The mayor and city council has tried to silence the people by limiting public comment to only 1 minute, but we will not be silenced. Our home is not a sacrifice zone. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Hamid. Hello? Ms. Zamora?
Yes.
Okay, we're ready for your public comment. Can you please state your name and address?
My name is Melissa Zamora, 3917 Bronner Parkway, 78411.
Okay, go ahead and proceed with your comment.
Okay. Hello. The local organization known as For the Greater Good recently sent you a proposal and PowerPoint to be part of the City Council agenda so that we can share our concerns about desalination with you. The fact that you chose to ignore the information we sent truly shows your character and that you obviously don't care what the public has to say. Furthermore, I do not think it is ethical that you all favor the voices of the CEOs of the Port of Corpus Christi, along with oil and gas manufacturing industries, over the voices of your own people. Given the history of Corpus Christi's lack of preventative maintenance on our existing critical infrastructure, I strongly disagree with your decision to pursue desalination, as it is a highly expensive process to maintain. I urge you to reconsider our options before jumping into desalination. We should be strategizing as a community to come up with alternatives like a stringent water conservation plan and the investment of rainwater catchment. Bottom line, the scale and implications of desalination should involve public discussion and the public's vote. As local officials, you were elected to represent the people's interests and at the very least should be listening to our concerns for more than 1 minute. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zamora. Ms. Crawford?
Yes.
Okay, you're on the line. Can you please state your name and address and make your comment?
My name is Megan Crawford. My address is 529 Greenway Drive, Corpus Christi, Texas. And my comment is that as a lifetime resident and parent with dear friends across this county, I require any decisions that affect our health, both today and in the future, to necessarily include our input. Thousands of us have signed the petition started by the advocacy group For the Greater Good, making it clear we do not accept your silencing of our voices and demand all voters be part of deciding whether we enter into a fiscally dubious loan to permanently alter our fragile ecosystem for little more than industry expansion in our desalinization project. The public deserves more than industry's unquestioned propaganda, and the scale and impact of desalination warrants a public's vote. Local officials should be representing the people's interests first. Until you fully include the people into this dialogue, you are not representing anyone or anything more than your pocketbooks, and we will remember this at election time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Crawford. Hello? Ms. Sanchez?
Here.
Okay. Can you please state your name and address and make your comment?
Yes, my name is Lev Sanchez. I live at 6130 Woolridge, Corpus Christi, Texas, 78414. And I could go ahead and start my comment?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I am a founding member of a group called the Indigenous People of the Coastal Bend. And today I'm on this call to say that our city needs to reevaluate its priorities when it comes to the land and water in our city. One being desalination, which is not a solution for our citizens' water needs. It's actually a solution for the heavy industry that needs more water to run its business. The city is continuously catering to the industry that gives nothing back to us except polluted waters and polluted air. This is a fact according to the violations that I see on the TCEQ website. Desalination is going to kill our bay with a high discharge of brine that will be created by it and thrown back into our waters. It is a disrespect to our land and water what the city keeps doing to it. I'm tired of what keeps happening. I'm tired of not being heard. Our voices.
Thank you, Ms. Sanchez. Appreciate it. Hello? Mr. McKay?
Miss McKay.
Ms. McKay, I'm sorry. Okay.
No problem.
Would you please state your name and address, and after you do that, go ahead and start your comment.
Great. Yes, my name is Eli McKay. I live at 1008 Marguerite Street. So I live in District 1, and I just wanted to say that I am disappointed that our city council and mayor would pursue a loan for $222 million for a desalination plant. While our city is losing the battle to COVID-19, oil and gas is slumping, and as you all know, we are in an election year. It is fiscally irresponsible for a decision of this magnitude to be made without more public input. As a concerned citizen, I ask you to reconsider this loan, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Hello? Okay, Ms. Saraiza?
Yes.
Are you in the line? Okay, great. Can you go ahead and state your name and address and make your comment, please?
Okay, my name is Isabel Araiza, and I live at 326 Ponish. And I just wanted to share that I was profoundly disappointed in the City Council and Mayor's choice to ignore For the Greater Good members' request to be part of the city agenda so that we could share our concerns about desalination. Even during the pandemic, we've collected thousands of signatures from others who wish for citizens to have a voice regarding desalination. During this unprecedented time, it is immoral for the City Council and Mayor to pursue a $222.5 million loan to begin desalination projects. The public deserves more than propaganda. The scale and potential impact of desal warrants a public discussion and the public's vote. Local officials should be representing the people's interest and at the very least should be listening to our concerns. The limiting of public comment format, including informing the public on how to participate in public comments, and the onerous procedure demonstrate the City Council and Mayor are more interested in silencing the public than listening to it. Despite your efforts, we will not be silenced and we will be back. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Araiza. Okay. Hello, Ms. Lorena? Hello?
Yes, this is she.
Okay. Will you please state your name and address and then make your comment?
Lorena, 902 Pyramid Drive, Corpus Christi, Texas, 78412. The voters did not elect the mayor or city council for them to make these kinds of decisions without our input. They were elected to be the voice of our community, not to make private deals with big corporations. We have enough pollution due to the refineries already in place. Our Hillcrest residents are suffering severe asthma, cancer, and our city has failed to come up with a solution to help them. We cannot afford to have more pollution brought in with the desalination plant. The mayor and city council need to be concerned with the health and well-being of our citizens, not multi-billion-dollar polluters who will further destroy our city.
Does that conclude your comment?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, ma'am. Appreciate it. Bye. Hello? Ms. Rogers?
Yes, thank you.
Hi, can you please state your name and address and then go ahead and make your comment?
Yes, thank you very much. This is Julie Rogers. I live at 710 Furman Avenue, 78404, District 1. Now I'll begin my comments. We are on the cusp of celebrating the 100th anniversary of the passage of the 19th Amendment, which gave women the right to vote. In the spirit of that hard-earned right and our hard-fought democracy, I ask you all to let the people vote on whether or not we citizens want to take a loan to build a desalination plant in Corpus Christi Bay. We have many other items to vote on in November, including another bond, a proposed charter amendment, and city council offices. You're now aware of a petition drive for a referendum that gives us such a choice about a desal loan, and I know you're aware of the pandemic. It should not require a petition drive during a pandemic to let the people decide. This is an affront to democracy. You have the ability to put the question on the ballot, so please do so and let us vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rogers. Okay. Hello?
Hello?
Ms. Garcia?
Yes.
Hi, can you please state your name and address and then make your comment?
Hi, this is Brittany Garcia, Bronner Parkway, Corpus Christi, Texas, 78411. The city is purposefully silencing the community's voice. There is no reason to cut public comment down to 1 minute. We won't be silenced. You have the power to put desalination on the ballot. If you can ask us to vote on giving you a pay raise, you can ask us to vote on whether or not we want 2 desal plants that will cost us $1.3 billion. Increase our water rates and support more polluting industries destroying our environment and our health. If you really cared about drought and water shortages, you wouldn't have a voluntary exemption program for heavy industry users that need tens of millions of gallons of water every single day so that they don't have to reduce water usage at all during the first several stages of drought. Do the right thing and put desalination on the ballot so the community can vote on it. We will remember in November, and so will the thousands of us who have signed the petition. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garcia. Hello? Maria?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, are you ready to make your comment? And we can hear there's some background noise. It's,
Okay, I will turn it off.
thank you, ma'am.
Sure.
Okay, can you go ahead and just state your name and address and then make your comment?
Yes, ma'am. My name is Maria Araiza, and I live at 442 Waverly Drive in Corpus Christi, Texas. I'm against the desalinization, and I believe the citizens of Corpus Christi should vote. And I think all of you need to go back and read your mission statement. Are you really paying special attention to our environment? You all live here. How many of you have to take alternate routes in order to avoid the potholes throughout the city? Our parks are a mess, and so is the infrastructure throughout the whole Corpus Christi. The city services are also lacking. I have a 6-foot hole in the back of my yard the city was supposed to fix more than 2.5 months ago. With all the things that are wrong in Corpus, how can you even think of investing in such a huge project? And why can't you let the citizens vote? What kind of benefits are you getting out of it? And by the way, your website really sucks. It's clear that all you're trying to do is silence the people of Corpus Christi. So I say no desal and let the citizens vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Araiza. Hello?
So I say no desal and let the
Ms. Meyer?
Yes.
Hi. Can you please state your name and address and then make your comment?
Yes. Carrie Robertson Meyer, 4401 Gulf Breeze Boulevard, North Beach. I'm calling to comment on agenda item number 19, which is when the council members and the mayor will go behind closed doors this afternoon to make a very important decision that will affect the future of North Beach. Unfortunately, the public will not have a chance to hear what any of the individual council members say when they decide whether or not to grant a year extension for the $40 million Fraser Hotel, the largest private development ever proposed for North Beach. I've spoken with Mr. Fraser and other North Beach residents, and I am here to let their voice be heard. The agreement between the city and developers was made before COVID-19. Due to the pandemic, the city itself took over 6 months to even hire the first phase of the canal project to be initiated. And that's just a feasibility study, not real engineering. To people on this side of the bridge, it looks like the city is dragging its feet on getting the canal project underway. That lack of action on the city's part does not build confidence for the private investors like Mr. Fraser, a North Beach resident and taxpayer. You all voted for the canal in December.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Meyer. Okay. Mayor, that concludes the phone-in comments.
All right. Well, we thank everyone for calling in and expressing their opinion, and we've heard them, and we've also got those that were submitted by email, so thank you very much. At this point, we'll go to the city manager for his update on city operations.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. We have 2 items to present today, Mayor. I'm going to have Annette Rodriguez, our Public Health Director, provide the council and the community a quick update on COVID-19. And then I'm going to review with the council some of the upcoming council meetings where we'll be focusing on the 2020 bond, the budget, and also the general election. So I have a memo that I passed out to you this morning that has a 2-page calendar kind of highlight document, and we'll just walk through that after Annette goes over the COVID update. So Annette.
Good afternoon, Annette Rodriguez, Public Health Director. So I have an update, and I'm going to start with Texas and Nueces County. So in Texas, we all know that there's over 332,000 cases, and the deaths are at 4,020 as of yesterday, with a fatality rate of 1.19%. For Nueces County, we have 8,816 cases, and we've had 103 deaths with a case fatality or death rate of 1.17. So very similar to that of the state of Texas. Nationally, it's 3.67. Next slide. Oh, do I do it? So the complete picture here, the total number of cases is 8,816, and this bar graph just depicts when most of the cases occurred. So you could tell July has been when we see our spike, and it started probably around the middle of June. And so in June, we had 2,119 cases of COVID-19. And in July, we had 6,422 cases for a total of 8,541 cases with the months of June and July here in Nueces County. The difference were the cases that started in March, April, and May, 275 cases for those 3 months. Next slide. So the Department of State Health and Human Services just recently asked us to start dividing out some of what we call our probable cases. So early on, we had on our reporting system, we had one probable case, and we explained it as an antibody test, but they were hospitalized, and the physician said, this has all the signs and symptoms of COVID-19. So with that diagnosis and with the positive antibody, we counted it as a probable. After that time, we didn't see a lot, we didn't count a lot because there wasn't the connection. Until recently, as we started to see our upswing in cases, we also started to see more antigen testing and some antibody testing. But with these, we also get the clinician's diagnosis because they have all the signs and symptoms of COVID-19 to go along with it. So we have been reporting that kind of batch reporting, if you will. 600, 500, 300, whatever the case may be, every day, the positives that we get, we send those to the state so that they are aware of what's going on here in Nueces County. So last week, they asked us to start, if we could, we're starting the new Texas Healthy Trace, contact tracing, kind of doing it a little differently, if we could actually try to figure out which ones are antigen, which ones are antibody, and others, PCR. And so we're trying to do that as well. So the total cases, so you can see confirmed cases on the left side, these are all the ones that we do through PCR. Not just the health district, these are the nasopharyngeal swabs, sometimes the oral pharyngeal swabs, but they're PCR tests. And the probables on the right-hand side are going to be your antibody or your antigen with your clinician diagnosed or with an epi link. So they were exposed to somebody with COVID-19 and they have the symptoms and they've had one of these tests. And so just so you know that, because we're trying to see if we can actually keep up with what the request is to be able to give that to the state and broken down by such. Next slide. So here is the mortality for Nueces County. So the total is 103 deaths that we've had in Nueces County, and April, May, and June. So we started with our first case March 21st, but in April, May, and June, we've had 8 deaths. And then in July so far, as of yesterday, 95. Next slide. So last week we started looking at, let's look at these by ages. You know, how do these deaths break out by ages? And so we saw, you know, that there was an infant under the age of 6 months. We knew that we had lost an infant to COVID-19. And so in the age group of less than or equal to 15 years of age, you're going to see that 1 number there. So, and that was our infant under the age of 6 months. And that's what we consider a vulnerable population. So that's important. And that was recent. That was the middle of July that we lost that baby. And then if you look on the right side of that bar graph, you're going to see greater than 60 to 70, greater than 70 to 80, 80 to 90, and on up. And so even though you see from the bar graph 23, 23, 19, and 3, we've made the calculations for 65 and over, the vulnerable age population. And those were a total of 59. So where you see the 60 to 70, we took out the 65 and over, which there were 14 of those 23 were 65 years of age and older. And there's a total of 59 individuals that have lost their lives that we consider in the vulnerable population, 65 years and older, which gives us a 50% death rate for that vulnerable population here in Nueces County. So it's in line with what everybody else is seeing with those types of vulnerable populations. The other thing that when we were looking at the statistics that we noticed was that those ages 30 to 59, so I'm going to say 30 to 60, I'm going to round up, but 30 to 59, out of the 8,000 cases we have in Nueces County, 4,000 of those are positive for COVID-19. So about half of the population is between the age of 30 and 59 that actually picks up COVID-19. And some of the reasoning we think is because they're out in the community. These are the working individuals. They're out in the community, so there's more probability that maybe they would pick up that virus. Next slide. So because of the increase, in number of cases, so we're using our health reverse alert more. And this reverse alert, so we schedule people for the drive-through with the reverse alert. We also send out negative results through the reverse alert if they've tested at the health district. If they tested somewhere else at an urgent care or in a hospital or a medical testing site, we don't send out those negative results because they get it from those other sites. But for the health district, if they tested negative, we're going to send them the reverse alert. So if we have cases beyond what we can actually call in person, and we've already figured that number's around 450. If we get beyond that, we are reversing alerting the difference of those individuals. So the other 150 are being reverse alerted that they are positive for COVID-19. We just want to make sure that everybody gets alerted that they're positive on the same day. And then the following day, we're actually picking up the phone and we're talking to them because they have a lot of questions. And so we still want to make sure that we get all those questions answered. We just want to make sure they're notified so that they can go into isolation and that they don't transmit the virus to anybody else. Who we don't send reverse alerts to are, again, negative results are not sent from our reverse alert to individuals if they went through a drive-through and some other location other than the health district drive-through. Next slide. So some of the frequently asked questions, we're actually giving these to the individuals as they go through the drive-through. There's a couple of things we're giving them. And one of them is the frequently asked questions because they always have the same questions or they call us back. So we're trying to kind of keep those phone banks, you know, from getting all these extra questions. So we're just, when we go into swab, now we're sliding this to them so they have these answers for them. Will you call me with the results? So the answer is yes, or we're going to reverse alert you, we're going to call you. When will I get my results? It's usually within 24 to 72 hours. And what is the prescription for? Because we're also going to slide a prescription there for them as well when we swab them. And we tell them it's a low-dose steroid that they can use if they think it will help them if they're having trouble getting medical attention. So this is not a cure. This is not going to cure COVID-19. This is just like if you're in a pinch, you can't get in, you really need something, you can actually fill this prescription. And then do I have to isolate myself? And the answer is, of course, yes. You must isolate yourself immediately until the time that you have your results. Next slide. So I'm negative and I'm positive. And the reason I bring this up is because we're having to call individuals and we're telling them that they're positive and they're getting upset with us because they're like, well, we went to the urgent care and they told us I'm negative. And we're having to explain it, so I thought I would explain it. So there's two-step testing offered at some of the urgent cares, and so some of them will do an antibody, and then they'll do a PCR, or some of them will do an antigen, and then they'll do the PCR. So the antibody is a blood test, and it's not a very good indication still. You know, that this is a novel virus. It's not a good indication, so many times they'll do the blood test, and then they'll say, well, it doesn't tell us anything, so we're going to do a PCR. So, and then they do the PCR, and that one gives them the definitive answer. And then they'll call us with that. So that one's pretty straightforward. But the antigen test is where they get confused because they've had a swab. So they have a swab, and so they think, oh, okay, well, they told me it doesn't take long for them to get the results, maybe 20, 30 minutes, and so they tell them, you're negative. But I think they're seeing so many patients as well that they forget to tell them, since you're negative and it's an antigen swab, that doesn't have a very good sensitivity, which means that it has a lot of false negatives. So what many of them do is they use that same swab to go ahead and send it off for PCR. And so the individual doesn't realize it, never heard that, and so they believe they're negative. And so when we call them, we received a fax that they're positive. We call them and say, you're positive. They're like, no, they told me I was negative. So that's the clarification. They were negative on the first test, which is the antigen test, which is just kind of like an indication. It's almost like a precursor. You've got some proteins in there, but it doesn't tell you you have the virus in there. The PCR is the one that's going to tell you that. And so while it was negative initially, they're going to send it off to verify, and it comes back positive. They send it to us. We call you to tell you that you're positive, and so there's that misunderstanding sometimes. Next slide. So this one is symptom-based testing. And so I've talked to you about this before. And so when you're released and you get to recover, there's been a change recently from CDC. And so it used to say 72 hours. So you have to go at least 3 days fever-free without taking fever-reducing medication. They've changed it now to at least 24 hours. So while we initially isolate everybody for 14 days, they could be getting out earlier in 10 days, because now it says at least 10 days have passed since symptoms first appeared. and at least 24 hours have passed since your last fever without the use of the fever-reducing medication, and any of your symptoms, not just your respiratory symptoms, but any and all of your symptoms have improved. So there is a change there. Just wanted to make sure that everybody knew that, because I think there is some confusion with, I thought it was 14, it's not a set 14. It could be as few as 10 days, and you're no longer symptomatic, and now you can be released as recovered. Next slide. So I want to end it by saying that there's a lot of things that we're doing in addition to, to what we would normally be doing in any type of pandemic. This one's very different from all the others that I've, been through. And so this one, we are offering the low-dose steroid. And again, it's just if you're really needing it. We're not saying that it's going to cure you. It may not even help you, but if you could try it. So we're also made sure that the nursing homes have it, as well as the jail, the annex. I think there's one other place, the state school as well. And so these places all have that low-dose steroid in their pocket if they need it. And then we're recommending vitamins, and this is just for the general community as a whole. And so these vitamins are here. We're adding them to our website as well. The vitamin C, the dosage, the quercetin, the zinc. Some people get a stomach ache with some of these vitamins. We tell them just kind of, take less of it. Cut the tablet in half if you need to. It's usually the zinc that causes them the stomach ache, to be honest with you. So the melatonin, kind of tell you how you can increase it to 2 milligrams, and then the vitamin D3, and then there's an optional vitamin as well. So, next slide. And always reminding people to wear a mask when they go out and to social distance. So 6 feet, but I like 20 feet. And so do our part to make sure that we can mitigate this virus, hopefully here very soon. I'm here if there's any questions.
Well, thank you very much. Anybody in the hinterland have a question? Nobody out on the cloud? Mr. Molina?
Thank you, Mayor. Annette, early on, you mentioned that we're now reporting confirmed and probable cases. How long has that been going on?
Well, we've been sending them probably since around the middle of June, if I had to take a educated guess, probably since about the middle of June, but actually trying to divide it out, maybe 3 days, 5 days at the most, very recently.
Okay, and is that going to be made part of, or has been made part of the daily updates that we're getting?
No, we actually just started, so I mean, it's going to look really skewed too, so, because we didn't go back. We just started and we're going forward. So we haven't actually started giving that to the city yet. We're just reporting it to DSHS to see if the system's actually working and kind of working those kinks out. So, but we could definitely share them with the city.
Okay, so prior to those being broken out, what was done with the information when you had a probable case?
It was sent to the state as a confirmed case. It's just a case. So a probable is a case. It's like, the state considers it a case as well, and so we would send it to them as a case.
Okay.
We didn't divide it out.
So were those numbers being included as confirmed cases here?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Well, all right. Yeah, I think that's going to have a huge impact on the numbers being reported from here on out. My opinion, anyways. And then one of the other comments you made was that you're talking about the antigen and then the PCR tests. If we're having to confirm with a PCR test after the antigen test says that the result is negative, why not just test beforehand with the PCR instead of having to take that extra step?
And that's a great question. So the antigen is a much shorter turnaround time, And so the health department, we don't use anything but PCR, just to clarify. So these are the other clinics, and they can do however they need to do it in their clinics. You know, that's their protocols.
Okay.
But so they do it because it is a shorter turnaround time. So it's probably closer to 20, 30 minutes. So, and they can give them results. If it's positive, the antigen, it's very certainly positive, so PCR. And so it has that great of a correlation if it's positive. So it has a high, what they call specificity, which means that it has very few false positives. And so, but so if it's positive antigen, they take it as such. They don't do a PCR. But if it's negative, it has a very low sensitivity, which means it has a lot of false negatives. And so they have to do a repeat PCR. Now, I'll be honest with you, there are some clinics that don't do the second. They don't go on, it's negative, and they just say it's negative, and they don't do the repeat. So the other thing is, because the FDA approved a lot through the emergency use authorization, the EUAs, there are some that have low sensitivity and low specificity. So the tests are not very good. So that's basically what that says. So the ones that we are receiving, we're checking their sensitivity and specificity to see, are they really good enough to say, yes, this is positive, and we're sending it on as a case.
I appreciate that information. I think that provides a lot of clarification, because I know I've gotten several calls about people that have received negative test results, but then got a call that they were positive. So I think that clears up a lot. Last question is, I know that we're making data available on the website. Have we updated the website? Because I've had several people, a lot of people ask about cases by zip code. Has that part been updated yet?
That I know of, it has not.
No, not yet, Councilman. We had so many cases last week that we're still trying to get that updated with all those zip codes.
Okay. Do you
Yeah.
have a timeline of when you think you might have
I don't
that
want to give you a
updated?
wrong timeline. Let me find out. No, we'll tell you through the meeting today.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And
That's all I have.
just for some further clarification, when we started this process, we started moving very quickly. And so some of it, I'm going to say, is my fault, because in an Excel spreadsheet, we have a column where we put the address. And so they put 101, Avenue B, 78410. So the problem with that is that zip code is attached to the address. We should have just gone to the next column and put the zip code. But we were just trying to get data in
Okay.
so fast.
Yeah.
And so it's attached. So when we were reporting to the city and we didn't have very many cases, the other thing is that lab slips come in and they don't have addresses, period. And so what we would do was, before the 4 o'clock report would go out to the city, is we'd call all the positives and we would write down their address and their zip code. That'd be the first question we'd ask them. And then we'd pass it to the person that was going to be reporting, so that way they could have it to report to the city. So, and it was working when there weren't very many. But as they have become, so many cases. And so we're transitioning over to a new system that we've been looking at for a while now. And so as we make that transition, and with the Texas Healthy Trace contact, they're going to have all those, places that are divided out. And so then IT will be able to abstract them and be able to report them out to the community. So
Okay. I appreciate it. Thank you.
you're welcome.
Mr. Hernandez?
Yes, thank you. I want to ask the question on the probable cases. Now, do we go back and verify that those cases are actual cases, or do they just remain probable?
No, they just remain probable. So that's the definition from the Department of State Health Services. So, and I'm gonna be honest with you. So I'm gonna go back to swine flu. So when we had swine flu and we had probable cases, it was a probable case, even if we reported it out of our LRN and it was PCR, until the time it went to CDC for confirmation. Once CDC confirmed it, it was a case. It was a confirmed case, okay? So early on, and I don't know if everybody remembers, but early on in this pandemic, CDC was actually, we were sending everything to CDC. And then CDC said, okay, this is way too much. You know what? If you confirmed it through PCR, it's confirmed. And so just don't even send it to us. It's not a probable until confirmed. It's confirmed. And so that's very different. That's why I say this pandemic is very different. So it's confirmed. So now we have another definition that the Department of State Health Services, in conjunction with the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, sent us that said this is a probable. So they have this antigen swab and they have the clinical diagnosis, which means they have the symptoms of COVID-19. It's going to be considered probable. And a probable, again, to us, is a case now, because probables are not needing to be confirmed by CDC anymore. And so we're just sending them as, here are the cases that we have. So it's kind of like, it looks like a duck, it walks like a duck, it is a duck. They have all of the symptoms. They had this antigen swab. It has a good specificity. It's positive. Send it to us. And so we're doing that.
Okay, and the second question I have is that the steroid, the low-dose steroid, and I think I want to just confirm that it is an oral steroid, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, I'm a little concerned about that because my own discussions with my own doctor said do not take an oral steroid. And can you please give some information as to why that recommendation or that prescription is being given?
Well, again, I'm not a physician, but I've talked to the physician, Dr. Ram, and he believes because of the population, and he doesn't, give this advice lightly. He's taken it into consideration, all these other things, what's happening with the pandemic, how many cases we have, what type of population we have. We have a very vulnerable population. And I'm glad you said that. So your doctor wouldn't want you to take it. And so it was very hard for him to say, for the whole community, I'm going to give this out. So he needed to give something out that was the least harmful, but the most helpful. And so because he's also wanting to do like blood thinners, so he was saying aspirin, they need to take aspirin. He also said, I think I want to increase from aspirin to something, stronger. But then again, the struggle is with the vulnerable population that they have. So his thoughts were they need to be calling their physician. If they are vulnerable and they're worried about COVID-19 or that they have to work and they're going to a job, they need to be talking to their physicians and they need to be asking them, what can I take for a blood thinner? Because I don't want, we're seeing that COVID-19 causes blood clots. And so what can I take? So it would be much better if they could talk to a physician. And so what he's giving is, again, the one that he believes will work the best for the whole community as a whole, but he'll have very little harmful effects on anybody.
Okay, I understand the requirement for a low-dose aspirin. I believe the 81 milligrams is the correct dosage there. Right,
but we had, when we spoke with him, he said it would be better to take 4 times a day, so it's 324 milligrams per day for 14 days. So,
okay.
And those are really more like for the diabetic and for the ones with high blood pressure or somebody that's already taking the low dose, but only for the 14 days and then going back to the 81 milligrams.
Okay. I know I'd always recommend it to anybody I talk to if they can talk to their doctor ahead of time and make a plan for various stages of the disease or the symptoms that you get with the COVID. Like, for example, if you just get it for having a cold or mild symptoms, then you don't have to do much more. But then what are the next stages before you get to the hospital?
Right.
I'm not sure how to put that into words, but I mean to where it's written down.
No,
but,
I know exactly what you're saying.
So I don't know. It's just a recommendation that way. But I'm concerned about the probable ones. I don't know. Are we having more cases than because they're probable? What are the majority of them, probable or confirmed?
Right, I can understand, but they look exactly like a PCR positive person, and so it's better to have them isolated and quarantined than to have them out running around.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other comments? Don't see anybody from the cloud? Okay, don't hear anything. All right, well, thank you very much, and again, appreciate all your work and your energy, and get some rest, if possible.
Thank you. So.
Thanks, Annette.
Thank you.
We'll see you at 5 today. Okay, Mayor and Council, just one other thing. You all should have in your place a memo that was distributed, and I think but I know we emailed it to other folks as well that are on the other council members as well that are off on remote location. So it highlights really the majority of the events are for the budget and then the bond program. I just want to walk through it real quick. I'm not going to go line by line, but the bond program has 3 action items. The 2020 bond program of $115 million that doesn't require a property tax rate increase. And so today on our agenda, Jeff Edmonds is going to present the staff professional recommendation of 50 projects in streets, parks, and public safety. Then the schedule shows next week on the 28th, City Council would receive input from the community and as well approve a final project list. It's not necessarily the one that staff presents today. So that would be next week, Council would approve the list, and then on August 11th, Council would call for the bond election, the bond 2020 election. So 3 events for the bond program, then the presentation today, approval of the projects next week, and then the next council meeting, which is August 11th, would be calling for the election. Now in the budget, that's a big thing coming up, and next week, the first thing in the council meeting, I'll present the proposed budget and the capital improvements plan. Also next week will be council's approval of the crime control budget. That board already adopted the budget, and so council has to approve it. That's for 63 police officers primarily. And so those are next week things. Those are next week's big items on the budget. There are in the schedule 4 workshops in the budget, and so that includes they're all on Thursday in the council chambers like last year, and they will be from 9 to 11. And so the first one is August 6th, and that's going to be police, animal care, code, and fire, our public safety functions. And then the second one will be August 13th on Thursday, and that'll include our infrastructure areas, so streets, stormwater, our capital improvements program, solid waste, and our water utilities and gas. And then the third work session would be on August 20th, again on Thursday at 9 o'clock. And that would be our parks and recreation, libraries, and health. And then the fourth work session would be Thursday, August 27th, again at 9 to 11. And that'll be our hotel occupancy tax, convention and visitors bureau, the American Bank and Convention Center, airport, and then also any potential adjustments from community input or from the council input. Okay, so similar to last year, 4 workshops, all on Thursday, all in the chambers, 9 to 11. And those are the key signature, areas in the budget and what we do as a city. And then last year we had real good success, and the council was real supportive and went to just about every one, the entire council did. Work sessions with the community. We're going to continue those this year, but it's going to be in a virtual format. We've done several meetings like that already in some of our community plans that we're developing, and they turn out pretty successful. There's real good participation, real good questions, and even though we're remote, there's good dialogue. So we'll continue that this year for our 5 budget work sessions. We're going to do a work session in each council district, as you can see here. So the first one would be District 1, would be Monday, August 10th, and all those work sessions would be at 6 to 7 o'clock. The District 2 one would be Wednesday, August 12th. The District 3 budget work session would be Thursday, the 13th. District 4 would be Monday, August 17th. And then District 5 would be Wednesday, August 19th at 6 to 7. So those are the workshops and the work sessions with the community. The budget schedule kind of closes out or finishes with 2 readings on the budget and adoption. So Tuesday, September 8th will be the first reading on the ordinance adopting the budget and setting the tax rate. And then council ultimately would adopt the budget on Tuesday, September 15th, a couple of weeks in advance of the beginning of the new fiscal year, which is October 1. And then just the last thing to highlight is the general election for the council terms. Both that and the bond program would be on the November 3rd ballot. And council would call for the first reading for the general election would be next week on the 28th. And then the second read and the calling of the general election would be Tuesday, the 11th of August. And that's the same meeting that we'll call for the bond program vote. Okay, so you can see a lot coming up. Even though we're in the middle of a pandemic, we're still trying to continue our course, is in operating a city and providing good quality services for the community. We have good community input still, good dialogue opportunity with the council on some important decisions, including the bond program and the budget for 2021. So that concludes our presentation, Mayor. I can answer any questions if there's any on it, and that would conclude my city manager's report for today as well.
Okay, any comments from council members out in the cloud? I don't see any lights here. The only question I would have in the budget preparation, I guess the good news is so far our projections of sales tax and hotel motel tax, they've not, at least from what I remember, your information is they haven't been as severe as we'd originally projected.
Right.
They're still down, but not what we projected. That's good.
Right.
But in the adjustment in the budget, we normally calculate about a 98, 97% tax collection. Are we dropping that down to 92, 93, something?
Yeah.
My concern,
Yeah.
because the values, and this is where people are saying that from the real estate value, those were all set by January 1. So, I mean, there's no COVID impact on the assessed value
Right.
for this tax year.
Right.
But what there is going to be a significant impact is the people some have been out of jobs for a short period of time or a long period of time. Many that do work, particularly on an hourly basis, may not be getting the overtime that they've gotten in the past, like in my business. I mean, we've kept our people, we're paying them 40 hours, but they're not getting the overtime they're used to because there's just not that many people moving right now. So there's going to be, their income is going to be down, which could ultimately have an impact on their ability to pay their taxes. And so I know everybody wants to pay them, but I don't know what kind of adjustments you made in calculating a percentage of, normally we've got a very good in ratio of collection, which
Yes,
is
we do.
outstanding, but I suspect this year there may be a little drop.
Yeah, we're probably going to adjust it a little bit. We'll have that final number next Tuesday.
Okay.
But it will include researching too across Texas, the 7 cities above us, to see what are they doing as well.
Yeah.
And you're right, our collection rate's pretty high, like in the 98, almost
Yeah,
more than
and so,
98%. So,
a 1 or 2% drop there could be pretty
yeah.
significant with the losses that we've had and everything else. So, okay. All right, well, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, then we'll go over here then to approval of the minutes for our July 14th special and the special meeting on July the 8th. Is there a motion and a second for approval of those minutes?
Make a motion to approve?
Second.
There's a motion and a second for approval of minutes, item G1. Any discussion? You need a roll call or you want a voice vote? All in favor say aye. All opposed? Okay. We got, we've got a twofer on the Planning Commission and the Airport Zoning Commission, right?
Yes, sir, that's right.
They're two committees, but they're the same people. They just, I guess like we're the city council and we're the housing corporation, we flip our hats, but we're the same people. So
That's right.
when we appoint the 3 to the Planning Commission, we're also appointing them to the Airport Zoning Board. And we got, as I read this, the 3 that are going off have, well, no, wait a minute, that's the Planning Commission, okay.
Right.
So they've all served their 6-year limit. They're good people, and we appreciate very much their work. So we have 3 vacancies.
Yes, sir, 3 vacancies, that's
And we
right.
have 4 people that have applied.
That's right.
So do we want to, and none of the others are up for reappointment at this point?
No, sir, not at
Okay,
this
it's
time.
just these 3.
Yes, sir.
All right, we'll open up nominations in for the 3 vacancies on the Planning Commission and the Airport Zoning Commission.
I'd like to nominate Cynthia Garza.
Okay. Cynthia Garza. Any other nominations? We need 3, right?
Yes,
I'd
Mayor.
like to nominate Mayor, this Roland Javier Gonzalez.
Javier Gonzalez, okay. Any other nomination?
Mayor, I'd like to nominate Brian Mandel.
Okay. All right, hearing none, since that's 3 nominations and we have 3 vacancies, I'll entertain a motion that Ms. Garza, Mr. Gonzalez, and Mr. Mandel be appointed to the Planning Commission and the Airport, what's the official name?
So moved.
Airport Zoning Board.
Commission.
Commission, yes, sir. Who made the motion? Mr. Molina and then Mr. Roy.
Okay. All right, there's been a
Seconded.
motion and a second to appoint those 3,
Oh, I'm sorry.
right?
Yes, sir.
You want a roll call or a voice be good?
Voice is okay, Mayor.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we got those appointments. The Children, Corpus Christi Commission on Children and Youth, there's 11 vacancies. Ms. Huerta, you explain a little bit about this one, because it's
So, yeah, this one's a
little hard to understand, or, I mean, when you see all those vacancies, but there's
right. So we've got, this is during our board and committee review that we held in March, the composition of the committee was increased during that time. So now we have 15 members. There are 9 adults and 6 high school students from area school districts. So there's 11 total vacancies, as the mayor said, that we're going to be considering today. Staff is recommending postponement of 4 of the high school student positions for further recruitment, just so you know. So 4 of those 6 we're going to be postponing, and they would be Cal Allen, the charter school, Flower Bluff, and West Oso. So all told, we'll be doing 7 positions today. The council will consider filling those. So first we can look at the reappointments, and there are 2 individuals seeking reappointment, and they are Captain Laura Garcia. She's representing the category of law enforcement, and Clarissa Mora, she's an at-large. This is a committee where the council policies allow the commission to make recommendations to council for their consideration. So the commission is recommending the reappointment of these 2 individuals. And
Move to
they're-
reappoint.
Thank you.
Second.
all right, we got a motion and a second to reappoint,
Ms. Garcia, Captain Garcia, and Ms. Mora.
okay. Where am I missing their name here?
They're highlighted on the bottom of your sheet. You'll see seeking reappointment, Garcia and Mora. You see them on your first page of your board sheet.
No?
You don't? I wonder if it printed different for you.
Oh, okay, no,
You
here
see
it
'em
is. Okay. I was on the, all right. All right, we got a motion to reappoint Captain Garcia and Ms. Mora.
Yes, sir.
And there was a second.
Yes, sir, there was.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Okay, so
Okay, those 2 have been reappointed, and then we have 4 that are slot identified, is that right?
well, we've got 5 appointments. Now that leaves us with 5 people. And of course, the commission is recommending the appointment of 2 individuals for your consideration. They would be Susan Klaus. She would represent the category of faith-based organization,
Okay,
and Jasmine Gonzalez, representing the category of Toloso Midway High School student.
Move to appoint.
all right, there's a motion for Jasmine Gonzalez and Susan Klaus. All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed?
So now we have 1 CCISD high school student, and you have 3 applicants to choose from in that category. Ms. Chakuri, I can't pronounce the gentleman's last name, Milan, and Benjamin Martinez.
And this is for
For the CCISD.
CCISD, not
high
any
school
one, any
student.
particular one, just a CCISD.
Yes, sir. But
Okay.
they have to be in that school district, and we do have 3 students who've expressed interest. They're on your applicant list.
All right. Entertain a motion or a nomination.
I make a nomination for Benjamin Martinez.
Okay, so Martinez and Milan.
All right, Martinez is one, and who was the other?
Milan. Mr. Smith is nominating Milan Maheswari.
Okay.
Are there any other nominations for that CCISD student?
All right, well, that's 2, and you need 2?
2, and we only need 1, so we're
Oh, you
going to
only
have
need
to
one.
do a, yes, sir. We'll have to vote on
Okay.
that one.
All right, you want
You want me to do just the roll call list, or
to, that'll be, well,
well, it starts with you? But
yeah, just we
you're-
got 2, right?
Yes, sir. Hmm.
So, yeah, you can just start the roll call.
Okay, so who would you like, Mayor, between the 2, Martinez and Milan?
I'll go with Martinez.
Okay,
That's Benjamin Martinez.
right, Benjamin Martinez. Oh, sorry, Norma, you had Benjamin. Okay, Mr. Hernandez, would you like Benjamin or Milan?
Benjamin.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Hunter? Mr. Hunter? Can you hear me? Nope.
Sorry, I have 2 mute buttons. Martinez.
Okay. Okay, Molina?
Milan.
Okay. Roy?
Martinez.
Okay. Smith?
Milan.
Barrera?
Milan.
Garza?
Martinez.
Guajardo?
Martinez.
Okay, Mr. Martinez is the CCISD representative. And then finally, that would leave us with 2 at-large positions. And if you look at your list, there are 2 individuals who have not been appointed yet who could fill that slot, and they are Liesel Cressman and Sammy Davila. So it's there's 2 applicants for the 2 slots. If
Move
the
to
council-
appoint
Okay.
Cressman and Davila to the at-large positions.
Second.
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 2 seconds, all right.
All right, we got a motion and second for Cressman and Davila for the
Yes, sir.
two slots at large.
Yes, sir.
All right. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed?
Aye.
All right.
Okay.
They
Thank
get
you,
taken
guys.
care of?
Yes, sir. Thank you very
All
much,
right,
Mayor.
good, thank y'all. All right, we come to the consent agenda. That will be items 3 through 12. Let's see. 3 through 12, I'm gonna ask that number 7 be pulled, and then I'm gonna need to abstain on item 10. So we need to pull that, I guess.
Yes.
Anybody else have any they want to be pulled and discussed?
Yes,
Three-
Mayor.
3 through 12.
I'd like to pull number 3, number 11, and number 12.
3. (11) and 12. Anybody else? All right, seeing none, I'll entertain a motion then on item 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, and that's it, right?
That's right, Mayor.
Okay. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second. All right, there's a motion and a second for 4, 5, 6, 8, and 9. All in favor, say aye. Oh, you want a roll call on these?
Yeah, would you
All
mind,
right.
Mayor? Thank you.
Roll call.
So for passage of the consent agenda, I'm going to do a little different, Mayor. With the exceptions of 7, 10, 11, and 12. Mayor McComb?
Aye.
Council members Hernandez?
Aye.
Hunter?
Aye.
Molina?
Aye.
Roy? Smith?
Aye.
Barrera?
Aye.
Garza?
Aye.
And Guajardo?
Aye.
Okay, the consent agenda passes.
Okay, item number 3. Mr. Hernandez, I think, did you want to pull 3?
Yes, that is me.
Okay.
Okay. I remember when this was originally put on the agenda and it was pulled off, and I had a conversation with the city manager shortly after that. It thought it was a little much of a stretch, and if you could put that up on the screen. A reference,
Do it in the back.
is it coming up?
I think so. Let me,
There we go. I think so, maybe.
you gonna get it?
Could we put the Elmo on the screen, please?
Oh, no. Oh, I'm sorry.
Do I need to do something?
Let me see.
There
I'm
it is.
hearing from the
There we go.
control room.
Okay, this was a
Okay.
reference in the whereases as to what it has to comply with, including the actual agreement with Article 3, Section 52A of the Texas Constitution, Chapter 380 of the Texas Local Government Code, to support nonprofit organizations. And I was trying to see where the connection was, and I would like to ask our attorney to help me understand how legislation for economic development transposes into giving money to charity.
This isn't giving money to charity, it's getting a counter. You're quite correct. You may not give money to not only charity, but not anybody. A gift is strictly prohibited in the Texas Constitution. However, that's why you have an agreement by which countervailing duties are included.
Development. This is more grants to charities through an agreement. Am I incorrect on how that's stated?
The Texas Constitution prohibits gifts, and that's why you have to get something in return.
Okay, I get that. What are we getting in return? I mean, what I'm saying is, how do you bridge the gap to make this happen?
I think the agreement. Let me go get the agreement then. Nonprofit, that's in number 4, performance requirements. Nonprofit agrees to use the $500,000 to be provided by the city pursuant to this 380 agreement to provide grants to NGOs located in Corpus Christi, Texas, in accordance with nonprofit's proposal, which is attached hereto as Exhibit A and incorporated by reference as if laid out entirely herein. The city will disperse funds to nonprofits in stages as the city receives properly supported invoices from the nonprofit. The nonprofit agrees to provide the city with a sworn certificate by an authorized representative of the nonprofit certifying the amount used. The nonprofit shall ensure that the funds are being used by the NGO for a public purpose which complies with terms of the agreement, Article 3, Section 52A of the Texas Constitution and Chapter 380 of the Texas Local Government Code. The city may audit nonprofits' records to determine their compliance with the terms of this agreement. Nonprofit during normal business hours shall allow city reasonable access to its records and books and all other relevant records related to each of the economic development considerations and incentives and performance requirements as stated in this agreement.
So again, I ask you, what are we getting?
So we're going to be providing these $25,000 grants to, grants to the nonprofits who will continue their service to the community. So we are providing the money to the nonprofits as operating costs. So they're not actually giving the money to their people that they serve. It's to help them stay open, to help the community. And we have Libby Averett on the phone as well. I don't know, Libby, if you want to chime in.
Well, I mean, this is a question on how we bridge that gap, right?
Right.
And, because it is one thing to tax people to give to charity they didn't choose to give to. And, regardless of how we do the legal jujitsu on how to get from point A to point B, it's technically still giving monies to charities so they can keep the door open. Okay, now, in itself, I don't have that problem with it. I just don't know how we're using this legislation to bridge that gap. Now, this is unlike the previous time where we provided loans through the LIFT fund. That was for direct economic development or to maintain those jobs, and I supported that. But this one is a little bit harder to digest, and that's why I want to make sure that we have the proper legal aspect and standing to make sure that we can do this and be able to defend it with a straight face. Because right now, it's hard for me to defend, and honestly, I don't feel I can defend it. So again, I see nothing about granting, money to charities. Now, if you're saying this is economic development to keep jobs, which I didn't see in any of this in the agreements or anything associated with that, unless I misread somewhere.
But that is the purpose, is to keep the nonprofits open, like to keep them operating. During this pandemic time, a lot of them are closing their doors, and this is working capital to keep them in operation.
They are employers.
And I understand, like I said, but it's, this is a hard thing to, just on a principle matter, right? You don't tax people to give their money away to somebody, to a charity. It just, you're not allowed to do that. So I'm uncomfortable with this particular position, and I also was concerned about what types of nonprofits, because are we going to get reports back from the United Way as to where that
Yes, sir,
where
we
it
definitely
got
can,
to, right?
as we did with the LIFT fund. Yes, sir.
So we can have some exercise some opinion on the award process. She was amenable to that when we
Okay.
first talked about this.
And secondly, I want to thank you for including the information of organizations that provide surgical or non-surgical abortion services are not eligible to receive grants from nonprofit recovery. Thank you for including that in there. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
That's all the questions I have.
Okay.
Anybody have any other questions? That's on item 3, right? Okay. No other questions? You want to make a motion for passage? Or somebody?
Make a motion to approve.
All right, there's a motion on item number 3 for approval. Is there a second?
This is Roland, I second.
All right, got a motion and a second. You want to call the roll, Ms. Huerta?
Yes, sir. So for passage of ordinance number 3 on emergency, Mayor McComb,
Aye.
Council members Hernandez, okay, Hunter,
Aye.
Molina,
Aye.
Roy,
Aye.
Smith,
Aye.
Barrera,
Aye.
Garza,
Aye.
and Guajardo.
Aye.
The ordinance passes.
Okay, the next item is number 7. Item 7 kind of came as a surprise to me. And then the backup material, I was under the impression that the university was jumping into it for the benefit of a learning experience and volunteered to work with us on this. And basically it says all these folks have been working as a volunteer up to this point. And if you calculate their time, that you're saying it's worth $117,000, but it's all been volunteer. But now this is a motion to pay them for all their volunteer work. There's a lot of people volunteering in this pandemic, and it was never disclosed to me, and maybe I just missed the boat on it. Did anyone else understand that this was going to be paid I thought the university was just jumping on one for the recognition and the participation within the community. I didn't know we were fixing to spend almost $250,000 to find out that we needed to wear a mask and social distance. And there's a lot of detail that they give us, but the bottom line is that's what these reports are. We know the telephone connections and cell phones and all this, and it's very interesting, but I mean, the bottom line is that in my first few times that I went to the meetings, it was basically they'd taken whatever computer programs and other universities and agencies had done in the past, and they're just plugging in Nueces County's data. They're interesting, and it's been helpful information, but I'm not sure I was prepared to come up with almost $250,000. Mr. Manager, or whoever's made the recommendation, can you kind of give me a little explanation?
Yes, we do have Dr. Tissot with us on the phone. So what we learned is that the professors like Dr. Bird and his team, they teach at the university. However, on off seasons, like in the summer, and when they're not in the classroom, they do not get paid. And so they usually spend their time doing research or writing for journals, medical and other journals, and they supplement their income that way. So if they weren't working for us in this project, they'd be working somewhere else. It's not like we can pull them off another project and say, can you guys volunteer for us free? Because they have to make a living just like all of us. So this is their proposal. It does include a subsidy from the Blucher Foundation at the university. They're helping to pay for the expenses, and it will be shared with the city county. So the county will pay their 40%, the city pays 60%. And what it does is it guarantees us the highest knowledge that we can get, which I think is important during this unknown pandemic. I think a lot of cities in Texas, I've noticed after we had asked the university and they had engaged us for several weeks, other cities like San Antonio and others in Texas follow pursuit. So I think we did the right thing. We hired the best and the smartest that we can right here in our own backyard from A&M, Corpus Christi. And they provide a level of education and information that's been invaluable through the pandemic. So the final thought, and I'll have Dr. Dussault talk as well, is that this will be 100% funded through the CARES Act money that the city has been allocated from the federal government. We've been awarded $18 million, and this will be 100% covered through those funds. So we're not putting any local tax dollars at risk here. Dr. Tissot, are you on the phone there with the WebEx with us?
Thank you for the question. So the overall funding for this project, the first part was complete volunteer, starting on May 15. Then it's shared. It's 2/3 is paid by the university, and 1/3 by the university, 2/3 by the health district. From the university, half of it comes from the Blucher Institute, so that's sort of money I have control over, and it comes from my endowment, and it's for research staff that otherwise would have to work on other projects. We're a soft money organization. If we get contracts, people get paid. If they don't, then they don't get paid, and at times we have layoffs. So it's certainly real money for us. On the rest of the university, it pays for graduate students who would work on other projects otherwise, and for professors also who will do more of this work rather than teach. And professors are typically on 9-month salary, not 12 months. And so that they look for grants and activities for the rest of their month. So it's real money there. And so we would very much appreciate the support. It would be 2/3 the health district, 1/3 the university, different parts of the universities until December 31st. And I'll be happy to answer other questions on what we're doing. And it's also a quick comment there. We're looking at information worldwide. The models are from England and Switzerland. They take quite a bit of computational power to run and quite a bit of expertise. And so we're taking that worldwide Texas and also coastal bend information, and we're putting that into a model focusing on the coastal bend. I think otherwise you would probably be able to use Texas models that are sort of scaled for the coastal bend, and I don't think he would have as precise of an information and as good as an understanding of what's happening. We've seen that our community has behaved a little differently than the rest of Texas at times. I'll be happy to answer other questions.
Well, I mean, I understand the explanation, and I appreciate all the information. I'm more caught off guard that, you know, I think everybody was, at least I was, that the university was just jumping in and helping us here with these folks, and I figured I don't understand how colleges work. Sometimes you get, I mean, you know, you get paid 12 months, whether you work 6 months or 8. I don't know how that works, but all of a sudden here we're 6 months in, and we're not volunteering anymore. We want to get paid retroactively and then until December. So I'm just not real happy with the whole process. I don't have any problem with the product you're producing, but to me, the process stinks. There wasn't any transparency.
I've got a comment.
Yes, ma'am?
So I understand where you're coming from, Mayor, and I think that, well, it says here that, where was it? Task force was created by President of TAMUCC, Vice President, County Judge, and city leadership. So, I mean, I don't think that, I realize this item is coming to council for decision, but I don't think any council members have ever had we're not involved in those decisions.
Well, I wasn't involved in those either.
Well, that's my question, is leadership. So there were only certain people at this table, so my question would be, what was discussed? And I get this is a reimbursement, so that's great news, because we can reimburse through the CARES Act because it's COVID related. So, you know, in essence, we're gonna get it back, but I understand your point. But was that not something that was discussed at y'all's meeting when y'all created this?
I was never in those meetings. This was just announced.
Yeah,
I was not involved whatsoever.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
if I
neither
could,
were
Mayor,
we,
Councilwoman, so the leadership includes staff. It includes
Okay.
myself, the health director, Steve Vieira. So what and the judge to some extent, so the county judge. So what we realized months ago is day after day of just reporting cases, we had no understanding and no vision for
Right.
what is this community up against? We had nothing. When we were seeing, you could see on the news, the trend lines, the curves that other folks had in the world, but we didn't have anything here. So I thought to ask Texas A&M CEO and President, Dr. Miller, do you guys have anybody over there that can help us with our modeling?
Right.
And without any hesitation, he says, absolutely, we do. And so they put their team together, and the contract has kind of two parts. One, the work that has been conducted so far, and then two, taking it all the way through December. And so the council does have a choice. We can say, okay, we're going to stop the services of the university going forward because we can't afford it, or we don't want to pay it. And all the work prior, we could probably fit in a $50,000 or under contract, which the staff has the ability to pay. We're bringing this contract before the council today to say, do you want to continue with these services from the university, the modeling, the use of science, community knowledge, and modeling from across the world? That's the policy question. We could have just stopped at 50,000 and said, okay, that's as far as we can go, Dr. Bird and Dr. Tussaud. But today we're bringing you the item to see, does the council want to continue with these services that are being provided to the community through Texas A&M?
Okay.
But the council, just to be fair, the mayor was
Yeah,
not
I thought
involved in
since it
any of
said
this, nor
leadership,
was any
I thought he
council
was there.
member at this point.
Right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other discussion, Mr. Molina?
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Zanoni, I can see the mayor's point on this. If this task force is established, I'm looking at the documentation included in our agenda, and every time that the task force is mentioned, it has volunteer next to it. task members have volunteered their time. Task members during this volunteer phase. And going back to Councilwoman Gajardo's point, when these discussions were initially taking place, I would have thought that there would be some sort of volunteer agreement, some boilerplate text that we have. Do we not have that in place?
No, no, like a formal agreement of the volunteer hours? Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, I appreciate the task force and all they're doing for our community.
Right.
But if we're going to move forward like we did on something like this,
yeah.
If there's a lot of time and resources that are being volunteered, I would think that there would be some sort of memorandum of understanding.
I don't know if Steve Vieira's on here with us, but I think what we did is to begin that process of documenting whether it was volunteer or paid services, we sat down with Dr. Tussaud, who you just saw on WebEx, and I think we evolved directly to this document today. We didn't say, let's do a volunteer one, and then we'll also do a fee-based one. And so we don't have a volunteer one. We could get one, but I do think some of the volunteer language may be accurate. In the initial stages of the work, there was volunteer work both by students at the university as well as faculty. And so it's not 100% fee-based. There is volunteer work, and there's also contribution, as Dr. Tussaud just said, from the university. They're paying a good portion of this, and then the city-county splits the difference. But again, this is a choice of the council today, and we can spend more time with the council if you all like. You could not vote on this today. We could get you more one-on-one information, but the question here on this agenda is, do we want to continue with the task force for the next 5 months? So we've been using these services for about 2-3 months, or maybe for March, April, May, June, probably for about 4 months, really. And so the question is, do we want to take it to the end of the calendar year for another 5 months? That's where the expense comes in, really.
Well, I think it's important that we have this data, that we continue working with them. But I just think that for future reference, to avoid any of this confusion, that we should have some sort of agreement put in place before we move forward on something, especially something like of this magnitude.
Okay. We didn't have
Thank
a
you.
volunteer agreement, right? Yeah, no, okay.
Peter.
That point well taken, Councilman, and we can do that moving forward. I think part of it is just not to make up excuses, but the speed at which we're trying to work for the community with this unprecedented pandemic hasn't allowed us to logically go down that path. You know, we just went directly with this, but had we had more time and precedent, we would have done just what you're saying. And then just to repeat one more time, so the professors do work for the university, but as Dr. Tussaud just said, they generally get about 9 months worth of salary. And so if they don't do this for a fee base, they would stop doing this and do something else to generate income. It's not that they have time in their hands and they want to, they do a great deal for the community, but they probably would cut their volunteer hours down and direct them to something where they could get paid. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Peter, this is Dan McGinn. Hello, Peter.
He can't hear you. You can turn your mic on.
Okay, go ahead, Dan.
Just to add, yes, I mean, we obviously got into this April 2nd with the university, and their first briefing, I think, with the public was April 10th. So things obviously did move fairly quickly. The task force was formed, and we almost met immediately after those initial discussions. So we didn't have necessarily a formal volunteer kind of agreement, but those folks did work kind of in a volunteer capacity April and May. And then we also have in this contract, there is provisions, there's going to be quite a bit of members of the current task force will remain on as volunteers from the university, from the hospital systems, from city, county, as part of this kind of prolonged contract through the end of the year. And then the university is also offering, obviously, the Conrad Blucher Institute is participating along with funding, but also with some of the computer software that will run some of these models that
equipment that we don't have here. So I just wanted to add those points about the volunteer portion question. Thank you.
Mr. Roy?
You know, I guess I understand how we got to this point. I know that with COVID and just trying to manage through this area, this time that we're dealing with, but as the other council members have stated, I'm not comfortable with this because throughout COVID, we've had a lot of volunteers that have volunteered for a lot of different things. If you come out and you say you're going to volunteer, whether you be a volunteer fireman, whatever the case is, and then you come back later and said, well, I volunteered for 3 months, now I need to be paid. Doesn't sit well with me. It also doesn't sit well with me from the fact that during this process, we could have eliminated being in this position by just taking a couple seconds, backing up and doing the right thing and saying, okay, we're going to exceed the 50,000 or whatever the case is. Maybe we need to let council know that this is the direction that we're going into. It's hard to always put the toothpaste back in the tube. This just, for me, it just doesn't sound right, because the other thing is, you're saying that, okay, we're going to go ahead and continue to the end of the year, but we're going to have, some people are going to be volunteers and some aren't. Again, my sentiments with the mayor, some of the other council members, that this just doesn't sit well with me. And I think that we need to, and actually, you know, there was something else that we did a week ago or 2 weeks ago that we were kind of in the same situation where we failed to go through and alert council. I think we've got to be careful and prudent about when those situations occur. Because we just, you know, we just want to be informed. And going forward and saying, yeah, but this is for the end of the year. We might have had other professionals in our community that could have stepped up and filled the void and wouldn't have mind being volunteers and truly volunteers. So I think I've said my part. Again, this just doesn't sit well. Thank you.
Mayor, can I just add one point? So the contract is $200,000. So we haven't exceeded the $50,000 level yet, because the county will split this with us, the cost. So again, we're not doing anything out of the allowed business process that we have, so that we're close to our maximum level that I can authorize. That's why it's on the agenda today. So the policy question is, do we want to continue using these services?
You haven't given me any options.
Yeah, well, we can
basically
do that.
You're saying, okay, we have a contract here, and this is where we're at.
Yeah.
But we haven't looked at any options. We haven't looked at, you know, does Spawn have resources that could step up and help us?
Yeah.
Is there another source out there that could? But we don't have those options.
Okay, we can bring you those if you'd like. You're
Well,
right, we don't have them today. But.
Mr. Hernandez?
Thank you, Mayor. You know, this kind of harkens back to those old kind of advertisings where you advertise a TV for a low cost and you get there and all you get is the higher cost stuff. Now, I don't say that that's the case here. That's what you kind of get the impression of. But with that being said, I wanted to ask a question about the grant associated with this. Is there a specific use for that that's other than items like this? Or is there something that would have been spent for that if we weren't spending it for this?
The federal grant?
The federal grant.
Yeah, no, the grant is eligible for costs that we would not have occurred but for the pandemic. So things like overtime for fire.
Right, right.
This
So,
is going to be eligible.
What I'm asking there is, is this earmarked, or is this going to be in lieu of something else we could spend it
No.
on?
Yeah, so we have $18 million allocated to us, and it's quite likely we're not going to have expenditures that total 18 million.
Okay.
By many million.
Well, I want to say that they're, you know, when they first came on board, I wasn't necessarily a fan, but their predictions had come to fruition.
Right.
And so they had actually did some really good work, and their modeling was pretty spot on.
Yeah.
And it didn't look like that at the beginning. And so I think they've done some yeoman's work associated with this, and I don't, even though what it appeared to be like, as articulated by Councilman Roy and Councilman Molina, I don't think that was the intent. And since we have this funding that will cover the cost that is related to the Chinese coronavirus, I think I'd be okay with going forward with this. Do we need it all the way through December? Do we expect that to be the case? And maybe our modeling partners can answer that question.
I'm sorry, what was that last statement, Councilman? I interrupted you.
Well, maybe they can ask us.
Okay.
We can ask the question whether or not it's required through December.
Yeah, Dr. Tissot, you want to answer that question?
Well, we expect the pandemic to continue to have a strong effect. We're hoping that we're about to peak or soon or have peaked. The testing limitations make it difficult to know exactly where we're at, and then we're expecting for peaks in hospitals and other items in August, and a slow decrease. I think what to reopen, what to do as the slow decrease, good information would be wise as how we're combining the economic impact and the health impact, and looking at the right balance between the two, as we will be reopening or relaxing measures as we go into the fall.
And I'd also ask that you include the point of where herd immunity comes into play.
So this is at the beginning there was no impact from sort of herd immunity because there was such a small percentage of the population. Now we estimate using CDC guidelines, we multiplied the number of positive cases by a factor 10. And so that gets you around 80,000 infected folks, and now this is becoming this has having an impact, and that's going to help flatten the curve. But we still need a lot more of our population. So it has an effect in combination with the mask, the social isolation, the stay at home if you can, the having more and more of our population that becomes immune. That it will also helping, and that is shown in our models once we get to August and September. But still, it's given our hospital system and the stretch we're in, it's much better to have from our position that we have as few people infected as possible, and wait for the vaccine, or make
I think
sure
we've gotten off track. We're just
capacity.
trying to decide whether we're going to pass a contract here for the rest of the year. The herd mentality is we're going to herd and stomp through and get this thing passed. So we can talk about this later.
Well, the only thing I wanted to add there, Mayor, is that I was hoping they could include that. I'd never had the opportunity to speak to them directly. So since most in the council are not included in the briefings, that was
You're
the only
welcome
reason.
to come to them, or
What do you
they're
mean
on TV. You can watch them every day.
Who gets to go?
We would be happy
Just
also
just
to include
making
any of you.
the observation.
Or let us know. We'd be happy to talk to any of you directly, or we have twice a week we have WebEx conferences, and we'd be happy to invite any of you.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. And I'm not being critical of your work. I guess the thing that really struck me, I mean, I understand volunteering. I mean, we've painted thousands of houses over 25 years, wasn't a dime's worth of tax money in that, and you had bankers and lawyers and doctors and hundreds of people from the Army Depot and citizens out here painted houses just on their own, not a dime. Everything was private sector funded and done. They didn't come back and say, oh, you got some money, now can you pay us for I mean, I understand volunteerism. And this thing was popped up, and I understand that it's exciting to get the universities involved, and I like to have the universities involved, and I support the universities. But, and then all of a sudden we get this CARES money, and we're trying to figure out ways we can spend that. And it just kind of hit me the wrong way, and I'm expressing my frustration. I don't have a problem with the quality of the work. I mean, I don't understand all that stuff, and it'd drive me crazy if I had to sit at a computer and plug numbers all day. So God bless them for doing it. They got more patience than I've got.
Mayor, can I have a little input back here?
Sure.
Please. First off, I'm like Councilman Hernandez. I really wasn't a big fan, and I didn't know what value this particular process, but then the modeling that they showed actually came to fruition. I think that the biggest thing for me is not spending the 217. Sometimes when you volunteer for something you think you can accomplish the task, all of a sudden the task is larger than what you can realistically be able to accomplish with just volunteer efforts or volunteer time. And so I think at this point, my guess or my question is, if we wanted to continue to December, and at least wherever we decide to cut it off, and we could get some sort of a summary or final report, so that we might be able to utilize all the information, the data, how we used it, and how we were able to fight the challenges with this pandemic. I think it would be a very valuable tool. I don't like to second guess the decision that the task force makes, even though I wasn't involved. I don't like to second guess because, again, they're trying to find something that we don't have any experience on at all. And they go out there and try to recruit the resources that we might need and the information we might need or data we might need in order to be able to make the right decisions and take the right actions in order to be able to avoid these peaks and the implications of the deaths that we're incurring today. So again, I fully support what we've done, the decisions that the task force has made, and the work that Dr. Baird and his group have done. I just like to have something at the end of the day summarized and put into a package that we might be able to use for future reference.
Okay. Anyone else have any comments?
Yes, I did.
Yes, sir.
So, yes, I agree with everybody's comments about the transparency. We could have done a better job on this, but it has been an ongoing issue. But going forward, I think it's very important that we continue because we've just hit our peak. We may be in the decline, but that's a new day for us. Schools will be opening up at some point in time. There's a pretty good basis for a surge when that happens. So having them analyzing like they do, I think, is very important to us for the next 5 months. That's it. I have a motion to approve.
Second.
All right, there's a motion and a second. And any further discussion?
Yeah, Mayor, this is Roland. I'd like to just make one more comment. Obviously, I think it's important that we continue with the modeling that they've been doing, and much so for the importance of the peace of mind of the community, the peace of mind of the families that are going to want to send their children to school, and also as a tourist community for those that are coming here, so that way we're able to say that we have a resource to be able to provide that modeling, so we can give whoever visits our community peace of mind. So with that, I wanted to get it in before Greg made the motion, but I just wanted that to be heard.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll support it, but I don't like the way we got here. I'll just be real candid with you. And I think we got to have a little more transparency and understanding in the future on these things. But if there's no other discussion, Ms. Worth, you want to call the roll?
Yes, sir. So for passage of resolution number 7, Mayor McComb?
Aye.
Council members Hernandez?
Aye.
Hunter?
Aye.
Molina?
Aye.
Roy?
Aye.
Smith?
Aye.
Barrera?
Aye.
Garza?
Aye.
And Guajardo?
Aye.
Resolution passes.
All right. Do we want to take 11 and 12, and then we can come back to 10, and then
Sure, Mayor.
we can go to lunch after that?
Yes, sir. That'll work.
What time? All right, we're going to skip item number 10 right now. Number 11, who wanted that one pulled?
I did.
All right.
Okay, real quick on this one. I recall specifically on one of the architects here, Janak Architecture, there was some issues with them having 32 other architects complain about procedures that they did with CCISD. I was wondering if that was any,
Right.
I'm assuming that was cleared up. Is anybody aware of that?
This is Jeff Edmonds. I was very tangentially aware of that issue. It really didn't involve the city. As far as I know, they're fully licensed to practice architecture, and they're doing work for us, and they're doing a very good job.
Also, I believe they were the architect on the water feature that's sitting in front of the American Bank Center. Is that correct?
That is a correct statement.
Was there any issues with the work done with that particular water facility or water feature?
I think there were some issues with that. Of course, that was about a decade ago, but yeah, some of the aspects of that, like the little wind features, have not really performed as expected. And
did we get resolution on that?
We have not pursued any kind of errors and omissions on that, but I think that would probably be a bit difficult to pursue at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else have comments on 11? I mean, these are just people that have signed up. You still haven't made a choice as to which ones on which projects. Is that correct or no?
What this is, there's probably another somewhere between $5 and $10 million on Bond 18 for small facility-related projects. That's going to be the bulk of what we're doing under these contracts. So we historically would use small AE contracts individually for those assignments, but what we're doing now is entering into these master service agreements and then issuing task orders for each assignment. But these are typically construction contracts that are well under $500,000, and that we're targeting for the FMAC program, which is the subject of the next item on the agenda.
Okay. Any other comments or questions, Mr. Edmonds, on item 11?
No, sir.
Did not entertain a motion for approval on item 11.
This is Roland. I move for approval.
I think Ms. Barlow, Paulette made the motion here. We'll put Roland as a second on that.
Yes, sir.
All right, there's a motion and second on item 11. Please call the roll.
For passage of motion 11, Mayor McComb.
Aye.
Council members Hernandez.
Aye.
Hunter. Mr.
Aye.
Hunter. Okay. Molina.
Aye.
Roy.
Aye.
Smith.
Aye.
Barrera.
Aye.
Garza.
Aye.
Guajardo.
Aye.
Motion passes.
All right, and item number 12.
Okay, this is a substantial change order. I was wondering, Mr. Edmonds, if you could give us some description as to how this all came about, and get as much detail as possible. Because if this is the 8th change order, I didn't know there were 7 other ones. But if you can give some detail onto how this all came about.
Well, so I think you have to go back to when they put together the bond program. This was a 2014 project, and we've struggled with the budget on this all along, and there was subsequent funding to add in the portion of Yorktown to complete that intersection. There was, I would have to say, a hope that the culvert crossings could be left in place. There's two major drainage channels that cross the construction limits. You've got Master Channel 27 that's up at Brook Road, and this is Master Channel 31, which is right next to President's, down near just south of Slough Road. So after the project, when they were negotiating the AE agreement, the consultant was suggesting that we replace this crossing, engineering services staff, in the interest of trying to reduce costs, did not accept that. That tasking was not scoped into the design contract, and this was not scoped into the original construction contract. After we got under construction and we were able to get the culvert dewatered, the condition was found to be worse than what they expected, and we were faced with either spending money to try to rehab that culvert or to replace that culvert. And so our recommendation today, of course, since it was already under construction, doing it as a change order is probably the best way to do it. You could rehab this, and you could probably do it for a lower cost, but you probably would not get the longevity, and you would be in there replacing this culvert well before you reach the end of the life of the road. So this will also address some capacity issues that have been experienced with that crossing. There has been some flooding reported just upstream. We had some earlier this year during a significant rainfall event. So we are taking the opportunity to expand this culvert and put additional capacity in it. And on the Master Channel 27 culvert, we are leaving that in place. But I guess our advice now is to go ahead and replace this as part of this current construction project.
Okay, just so I understand, the original contract for construction was $15,877,421.76, which is in the agenda memo. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, in the CIP budget, you have a total amount of $19,414,000. So even if you went to the new stated amount of $17,277,353.76, is there a reason to go into the stormwater fund that you don't already have assigned to this project?
I don't have that CIP book in front of me, but you've got a lot of other costs besides just the construction.
Well, the design cost is not in this project E15112, so I don't even see the design cost associated with that. But even then, you would still have $2 million difference between the $19 million and the $17 million.
Well, I would have to pull up that sheet that you're looking at, but we would typically pay for the drainage out of the drainage. And when the project is closed out, any monies that were not used would be released back to their original location. For example, if there was additional bond money left over, that money would go back to that particular proposition. And you reconcile those bond dollars at the proposition level. If some of that came from water or wastewater, it would be released back to water and wastewater. But, I think the appropriate thing to charge this to would be to the stormwater.
Okay, but you have $4.4 million budgeted for this in stormwater that are assigned to revenue bonds within the CIP. there is no detail into here as to how much has already been spent on stormwater and whether or not this is in addition to it. It's hard to approve something if you don't have the detail of how much has been spent and what isn't, especially if it's below the actual budgeted amount. If Mr. Edmonds?
Yeah, I'm trying to look at what you're looking at.
I'm on page 631 of the CIP book from Volume 2, 2019-2020 adopted CIP budget or operating budget. So
Okay,
can you
can you
state how much we've spent on stormwater for this project?
I can get that information. I don't have it at my fingertips, but
okay,
I just can tell you this is an item that wasn't foreseen. This was not anticipated in the existing budget. So what the proposal here is to charge these funds to stormwater CIP. Now, if it turned out there was some kind of stormwater that was not used on the project, that would go back into that stormwater fund.
Okay, I understand what you're saying, Mr. Edmonds. I just, it is hard to approve something that you don't know how much has been spent on stormwater. You're asking for more without understanding how much has been spent. You're below budget per your agenda memo. It's probably better that we table this until next week, and so we can get some more information on how much has been spent on stormwater, because it looks like it's below budget from what's in the CIP versus what's in the agenda memo.
We could get you a reconciliation on this. I don't think we're below budget, but
City Manager, would this be a problem to delay a week?
Yeah,
Well, Jeff would have to answer that. Jeff, would that be a problem to delay the construction change order?
no, this is not going to be a problem if we have to delay it a week.
Okay.
Okay, if I could make the motion to table to next week so we can get the detailed information on how much is spent.
Mr. Smith has a comment.
Mr. Smith?
Thank you. Mr. Edmonds, so we have the contract for Haas Anderson at $17 million. Does that include engineering?
No, I think the 17 million figure that he's talking about is the overall, I'm sorry, that 17 million, no, that does not include engineering. That's just.
Does that include inspection?
Added to their original construction contract.
Yeah. Okay. So we have a discrepancy in the CIP, but the CIP also includes engineering. Is that correct?
That's correct. And other soft costs plus
Does it
engineering
include
reimbursements.
inspections that are paid out separately?
Pardon me?
Inspections are another item, aren't they?
That's correct. Yes.
And then there's internal engineering allocation, correct? Okay. With it. And so when you publish, you put your underground, so Councilman Hernandez is referring to the underground, which is typical. There's a lot of underground in that, by underground specifically storm sewer. So when we let a big contract like that, I remember that job, the above ground wasn't that much. So there's a very significant amount of storm sewerage in that project. Is that right?
That's correct statement. Yes.
Okay. And then one other thing, that the program manager that did not include this culvert in the original bond, is he with the city anymore?
No, sir.
Okay. So even though that the recommendation at the time to put the culvert was in, that was a city staff decision not to do it, as you said, to try to make the numbers.
That's a correct statement. That was sometimes when you try to cut corners, it winds up not necessarily being less expensive, but the engineering staff at the time felt like it wasn't necessary. And after we got under construction and more information came to light, our opinion on that reversed.
Okay. And really, when we're funding these capital improvement projects, it's a complex funding matrix, isn't it? Since we're taking out of various funds, it may be water, it may be wastewater, it may be stormwater. It could be bonding on there, as we just said, that we have other elements besides the actual construction contract, another of those with it. I think for Councilman Hernandez, if he would spend a little bit of time with staff to get an understanding of the complexity of this, it could be helpful on there. I'm perfectly comfortable going ahead with it, kind of coming out of that business. I think everything is looking pretty good.
Well, I think it's helpful to understand that, the CIP book is kind of a planning guide. When we take contract actions, we reconcile those amounts in the budget. So I'm going to have to go back and study it, but I'm assuming what was in the CIP, the way it was approved last year, was just sufficient funds to accomplish the project as we understood it at the time. So it would be reasonable to assume that if you're going to add $1.4 million worth of drainage, you've got to add $1.4 million of revenue from the appropriate source to cover that additional expense.
Well, can I just add to that, Jeff? It wouldn't be on the agenda item if we didn't have 100% confidence in that statement you just said. So the money's available, maybe contrary to some prior conversations, in this case, there's more than enough money, right, Councilman Hernandez? So,
well, there's and the CIP there's no description for engineering fees. Right. There's no description for design. It just has construction, rehab, stormwater, wastewater, water, and gas, and it assigns funds to each one of those. And it also provides the funding source of general obligation revenue bonds for 2014, 2016, and as well as revenue bonds associated with the utilities. So, but just from that amount, you're looking at $19.4 million, and what you're asking for is for it to go to 17. So you have an additional $2 million, a little over $2 million in there that I'm assuming was spent on design and engineering, but I don't know what those costs are. And so I don't know how much you spent on stormwater. To suggest you're asking us for additional stormwater funding, and I don't know how much you've spent on stormwater that you've already budgeted, which is $4.4 million. Now, I mean, I'm not asking for anything other than, how much we're spending, how much we have spent, which I think should have been in the agenda memo.
Okay, we can.
Well, I don't have a problem with that. I cannot support the table. I mean, you got a project out there, you got to get going. It's under construction. Yeah. Which pot the money's coming out of and getting straightened out, we can get that done. But I mean, we got to get this project
Mayor,
finished.
there's opportunity costs here, right? If you're taking more money out of stormwater, which we had a big issue on that last week, that there's a lot of projects around town that need stormwater budgeting, and I want to make sure that we're actually, if it's a stormwater project, that we don't have money left over in the stormwater budgeting for this project already. We were using stormwater to pay for street construction over on Swatner. I want to make sure we're utilizing the funding the proper way for these projects. I don't think that's a hard thing to ask, and 1 week shouldn't be a problem. I mean, we're only talking 1 week. We've got a meeting next week.
Okay. Any other, Mr. Roy?
When I look at the length of time that the community has waited in terms of working on that area, I know that you're asking for a week, but at the end of a week, it's not going to change anything.
I have to be confident.
Excuse me, I've listened to you. Now you're going to listen to me.
Jesus Christ. I know him too.
I know him too. 'Cause, 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 I know him too. ' So what I'm saying is that I agree with the mayor. I agree that, okay, so we're going to hold this up a week. This has been held. We understand. You've listened to what the engineer, what Jeff said, and he gave a rational decision in terms of what he was looking at and why the cost is different. This isn't, when you get in there, this isn't black and white. I think we've had a lot of examples in the city when we went into a project and all of a sudden it turned out a little bit worse than what we thought. We've had some situations where it turned out a little bit better. But delaying this for a week, based on what you're coming up with, I just don't understand that. And for that reason, I'm against delaying it. Thank you.
Okay, let me just be clear. It's about making decisions on good information as to how we're spending this money. It is not, it has nothing to do with the project or any delays. I don't feel that that's the issue. I think the issue is not knowing where the money's coming from and where it's going and then how much has already been spent. I'm looking at it from just the perspective of how this is being presented to us. You know, the project's already underway. Things are happening, construction's happening. We're not stopping construction from happening. I'm just asking for proper information as to how this is, where the money's coming from, where it's going. What are we losing from the stormwater? Because we have a lot of stormwater projects throughout the city. And if we continue to just kind of pull from it, like we did last week, that leaves less money for other projects.
Mr. Hernandez, I can answer 2 of the 3 of your questions. So where is the money coming from? It's coming from the stormwater fund. Where is it going? It's going, the amount we're adding is exactly the amount of the change order to replace that Master Channel 31 culvert. Now, your other question is there going to be any other stormwater money that's been budgeted on this project that's going to be released after construction? Or have we scrubbed that to try and reduce this amount? I can only assume from the timing that the numbers that are put in the CIP are based on the bid amounts and are reasonably current. I'm 90+% confident that there is no excess stormwater money shown in the CIP associated with this project, but that's not 100% at this point. I'm going to have to look at exactly what's been spent, and we can provide a reconciliation if that's the council's desire.
Well, Mr. Edmonds, if we can have a little bit more information on the agenda memos or some documentation associated with that. Also, we need to do a better job on buttoning up the CIP and making sure all expenditures are in there, so as to not assume from the perspective of looking at the CIP that there's funding available if it isn't. You're asking us to trust us. This is we know what we're doing, and we're taking the money that we need to do this without providing any kind of backup. And nothing against yourself or anything like that, but we're accountable to make sure that we're spending this money properly. Thank you.
And there's a motion on the floor to table. Did somebody second it?
No, sir.
Motion to approve.
All right, there's a motion then on item 12 to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second on item 12 to approve. You want to call the roll, Ms. Worth?
For passage of motion 12, Mayor McComb.
Aye.
Council members Hernandez. Hunter. Mr. Hunter. Molina.
Aye.
Roy.
Aye.
Smith.
Aye.
Barrera.
Aye.
Garza.
Aye.
Guajardo. Mr. Hunter, one more. You not there? Okay, Mr. Hunter's absent. The motion passes.
All right, that gets us through all of the consent agenda with exception of number 10. And I'm going to recuse myself, and Mayor Pro Tem Smith will handle item 10, and then I guess then we'll recess for lunch.
Yes, sir. Also, Mr. Molina will be recusing himself as well.
Okay, so for the record,
both of
Mr.
you.
Molina is recusing himself from item 10, and I'm recusing myself from item 10.
Yes, sir. So, Mr. Smith.
Mr. Smith,
Mayor-
you're on.
Yes, sir. That's right.
Thank you. Does council want a presentation on this item?
Mayor Pro Tem Rowland, I move for approval.
Okay, any discussion?
Was there a second for approval?
Do we have a second?
Hey, Councilman Smith, I have a question on this. I thought we did this already. Is this an annual?
What happened is when we brought this originally, it was for staff approvable option, and council wanted us to bring it back to council, and we were supposed to bring it back by the 1-year anniversary. In the interest of full disclosure, we were a little late getting this back, but that's what this is. It's for 1-year renewal on these 4 construction contracts.
Okay, and these are construction contracts that are no bid contracts that, well, let me restate that are for small contracts. Just a quick overview so everybody remembers what this is. Mr. Edmonds?
Yeah, so what this is, it's conducted under the job order contracting enabling legislation. But a change that we made about 4 years ago is that rather than using the unit price book to price these jobs, we do competitive sealed proposals, and all of the contractors are invited to bid on every project. So there's competition among these 4 contractors. They're typically smaller jobs, typically under 500,000, and they've got to be facility related. There's some restrictions on the type of work you can do with these, but it's mostly focused on building and small ancillary site type improvements.
Now, I remember we had an issue with this because we were doing we did a 1-year contract because these were contracts that we would give a kind of a blanket authority to assign or to have staff approve contracts that are above the $50,000 amount. And there was some question on whether or not that was the best thing to do. And I think we did it a 1-year thing for the city manager the new city manager, which is Peter, he's been here over a year now, to kind of review this process and say, so to that end, I want to ask the city manager on his thoughts on this particular program.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Councilman. Yes, I think I watched the council meeting when I was still in San Antonio when this item came up, but this is a normal business practice for cities to do. It establishes through a competitive process firms that we want to do work with us and for some of these small construction contracts. And it allows us to get work done quickly throughout our inventory of assets that we have. The limits are good. The protocols that we have in place to make sure we're abiding by the council-approved direction is in place as well. And the firms that we have selected have proven their ability to deliver in the past 12 months. So I'm confident going forward as it has been established now over the past year.
And these are, Mr. Edmonds, these are only for contracts less than 500,000.
Well, you're not really bound by that, but this staff approvable limits, the law limits us at 500. So if there was one that had a low bid of over 500,000, it would have to come to council for award. But you could technically give them a contract over 500. But we typically, if it's a project that looks like it's going to be above 500, we'll put that out on full and open, publicly advertised bid.
Any other questions, Councilman Hernandez?
Yeah, this is one of the things where several of us had some discomfort with giving this kind of authority of these amounts of dollars, but if the council is comfortable with it and we're doing it on a 1-year basis, I thought the reports were supposed to be quarterly. Is that still the process? Because I see the report here but it's an annual report.
We are submitting reports. I'm not sure if those are getting out, but yes, there's supposed to be a quarterly report on FMAC awards, and including your agenda packages, a report that covers the life of this current contract.
Okay, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Any other questions from McLeod?
To approve.
Go ahead, Rudy.
There's a motion and a
Move to
second on the
approve.
floor already. Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Barretta and
Do we
Ms.
have a
Fajardo.
second?
Yes, sir. Ms. Fajardo seconded.
Okay. All in favor? You want to call the roll, Ms. Workey?
Yes, sir. So for passage of item 10, Mayor McComb abstains. Council members Hernandez? Hunter?
Aye.
Molina abstains. Roy?
Aye.
Smith?
Aye.
Barrera?
Aye.
Garza?
Aye.
And Fajardo. The ordinance passes.
Thank
The
you.
motion,
Call on the
rather.
mayor.
Okay.
Can I adjourn for lunch?
Recess? Aren't you completed item 10?
Yes, sir. So the consent agenda is complete.
All right, well, then that gets us down to the 1:30 recess for lunch. We don't go into executive session.
We are, Mayor. We're going to recess for lunch and then have the e-session immediately following our lunch break.
So I need to recess with the,
language, yes, sir.
All
If you
right,
would.
so-
Well, go
Mayor,
ahead.
before you begin, so we're gonna conduct the executive session back in this chamber?
Yes, sir. That's
Just to
right.
give more room for the council members. So the plan was to break for lunch, and there's seating capacity back here or back in these rooms. Eat a quick lunch, and then we'll resume back in here for executive session, where there's plenty of social distancing room. for the
Oh,
council.
okay,
Yes, sir.
but I still,
Yes.
so I need to use the language
Yes,
to go
please
into
read the
executive
language,
session.
but as Mr. Zanoni stated, that's what
All
we're
right.
going to do.
Well, we're gonna recess for lunch and go into executive session on item 18. On 18 and 19, or just 18?
Just 18, the fire collective bargaining.
18. All right, the council will go into executive session on item 18 per the Texas Government Code, section 551.071, and we will return. Okay. Back to 13, is that where we are? Is that item 13?
Yes, sir. Item 13 is the community development block grant and home budget presentation.
All right.
Yes, sir. Rudy.
We'll call
This is
the
Keith Selman up in the
city
HCM
council
conference room.
back into session. We finished our executive session and our lunch, and we're down to item 13, which is an ordinance adopting the consolidated annual action plan for the community development block grant. And who's going to be doing that? Rudy?
That's gonna be
Yes, sir, I
Rudy.
will.
Yes.
And I got a book somewhere, Rudy. There you go. Is Rudy somewhere?
Yeah, we're up in this is Keith and Rudy up in the ACM conference room.
All right.
All right. Good afternoon, Mayor and City
Hold on,
Council. I'm Benson Court Director. The item you have before you is a public hearing and first reading ordinance.
Can you turn that up a little bit? We can't hear it in here.
Excuse me?
Try to get a little bit closer to your microphone. We can't really hear you too well.
Hello, can you hear me now?
A little bit better.
Take your mask off, Rudy. You're going to have to take your mask.
Can you hear me now?
There you go.
That's good.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. I'm Rudy Benson Court Director. The item you have before you is a public hearing and first reading ordinance to adopt the fiscal year 2020-2021 annual action plan for the Community Development Block Grant, Emergency Solutions Grant, and the Home Investment Partnerships Program. The ordinance will also authorize the submission of the 2020-2021 action plan to HUD and to accept and appropriate $4,133,172 in entitlement funding, execute funding agreements, and amended if required. The overall funding availability for the program year is $5,314,318, which includes program income and reprogrammed funds. If I may, I have a short presentation which covers the projects recommended for funding for the 2020-2021 action plan. Also, you should have received a book which includes the information I will be going over. Next slide, please. Alrighty, for the staff recommendations for the Community Development Block Grant are CDBG Program Administration for $445,000 and Rehabilitation Services for $777,000. These are program delivery costs for the programs that we are administered and also for the HUD requirements associated with the funding. In this cost is a reduction of 2 full-time equivalent staff members. So the next one is the Minor Home Repair Grant Program, and that is for $600,000. And this is the rehabilitation program for the elderly over 62, which we assist with certain activities such as roof replacements, electrical, plumbing, structural, and heating. The next project is for Park and Recs, the Salinas Park improvements for $1 million. Overall included in this are shade structures for the splash pad, additional picnic tables with shade structures, fencing around the basketball court to allow for wheelchair basketball, the replacement of some asphalt in the walking trail, additional lighting, and irrigation system. The next project for recommendation is a demolition program under code enforcement for $200,000. Next is also code enforcement for clearance of vacant properties for $50,000 and code enforcement for staffing for $392,791. This cost includes 2 additional FTE code officers included in here. So that would make the total FTEs for code enforcement 8 FTEs. And lastly, the Boys and Girls Club, the locker room plumbing replacement for $100,000. Next slide, please.
Hold on, Rudy.
Yes, sir.
Go back.
Oh, can you go back a slide?
Yeah, right there. That's good. All right. On code enforcement, if I'm wrong, tell me here. I got 3, 5, maybe 4, 6, approximately $650,000. Is that the full budget for the code enforcement police? I mean, you got $200,000 for demolition and $50,000 to clean up vacant lots, and it takes $392,000 of staffing to do that?
Well, one of the positions is also a clerk position, but there have been increased areas of coverage for the in CDBG areas, which is what code enforcement, the staffing, the program allows for. So within that, there's also some additional dollars from the current year that will roll over. So that's probably an additional, probably $150,000 of rolling over. So that's included as well in this.
Yeah, Mayor, if I can add to that, so the first two programs, demolition and vacant property cleanup, those are recurring. Those are generally in our CDBG budget. I've asked Rudy to look at funding additional and new code compliance officers to help in our community. And so that 392,000 includes is it three, Rudy, or two additional?
Two additional.
It's two.
There's two additional code compliance officers plus the existing. We're not gonna have the resources in the general fund to do it this year. And so we've redirected money. We've made some changes in the allocation so we can put two new additional code compliance officers to help get out there in the communities, especially in the inner city, and help people stay in compliance with things like high weeds, abandoned vehicles, that type of thing.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's good. I mean,
Exactly.
probably for all of us, the biggest complaints we get's lack of code enforcement.
Yeah, absolutely. That's why we've done it. We couldn't do it in the general fund, but we're able to do it here.
Yeah, well,
And the
that's
two
good.
plus the three existing, Rudy, how many are in the base budget for the CDBG? Three?
In CDBG, there's the additional two, so that brings it up. We were funding 6 FTEs, that brings it up to 8.
Okay, plus there's some in the general fund, and we'll show that when we show the entire budget, but we know that's an area of concern, Mayor, as you were about to say, and so this will help us in those efforts.
Now, the fact that the funding's coming from the CDB, are they designated for certain zip codes or?
It'd have to be eligible areas, but we have plenty of those in the city, so. It would have to be, they have to be qualifying from income or blight.
Okay, so some of your code enforcement officers can cover the whole city, others have to focus on certain areas.
That's correct, Mayor.
Census tracts or something like that.
Yes, sir. Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
So these funds have to stay within those designated areas?
Yes, but we won't have any trouble doing that.
Okay,
Yeah.
good.
All right, next slide, please. The staff recommendations for the Emergency Solutions Grant are at ESG Administration for $17,467. Corpus Christi Hope House for $95,216. The Salvation Army for $95,216, and Endeavors of Corpus Christi for $25,000. These three agencies will be using the funding for operational costs along with rapid rehousing, which is an activity to get homeless individuals back into permanent housing right away, along with homeless prevention activities for folks that are at risk, at a very high risk of losing their housing. Next slide, please. And lastly, the Home Investment Partnership Program. We have recommended $114,162 for administration of the program. The Single Family Rehabilitation Loan Program, $500,000. This program is one of our programs that we administer downstairs, which is the demolition and reconstruction of substandard houses in the community. The Homebuyer Assistance Program for $200,000. This is a down payment and closing cost. If you remember, we included down payment as we should be finishing up our Type A down payment assistance program this year rolling into next year. So that's for $200,000. The Accessible Housing Resources Incorporated for $202,466. This is a tenant-based rental assistance program that they administer, and this is for individuals who are 30% or below AMI and have disabilities. And lastly, TG 110, the Village at McCardle for $500,000. This is going to be, if approved by tax credits, this is an 82 unit. 70 of those units will be affordable and 12 will be market rate. That's the end of my presentation. I stand by for any questions.
Mr. Hernandez?
Yeah, quick question, Rudy, on the TG 110. That's that Shell nonprofit organization for Prospera. I thought we did the tax credit approval for them. Why is there, we don't have anything here for Fish Pond or for that other group in Washington Coles?
Because, well, the other funding was for the village at Greenwood, I'm sorry, for Village at Greenwood, and that's still in the pipeline. In regards to the other two projects, it was, as you may know, this is all based on a scoring system. So the Village at McCardle later this week, TDHCA will be reviewing their list, and the Village at McCardle is ranked at the top. So they will likely get the tax credits for that project. So that means the other two, the other ones that are vying for any tax credits will not be getting them. And Washington Coles did voluntarily come off of the competition of the program.
And thank you, Rudy. I wanted to bring this up because both Abel Heredo and Todd Hunter both disapproved those projects. So that's why TG 110 and TG 110 was approved. But the question is why are we providing additional funding on top of those tax credits?
It is they go based on what the state. Sorry, I put my mask back on. I'm sorry. They go based off of the qualified allocation plan, and part of the plan to receive additional points is getting the local contribution. And historically, the home funds have been identified as that local contribution to assist the project in getting more points.
Have we done this for all the tax projects, tax credit projects?
It depends on which year that they're asked for. I think there may have been a couple of years where a developer did not request home funds, but they were also not a nonprofit developer. They were a for-profit developer. So it really just depends how they structure their financial system in order to apply for the tax credits. The role of the city has always, the role of the city has typically been a request from the developer to do a resolution supporting projects. So that's been historically our role. If they do get a project in Corpus Christi, that's typically a benefit because they're also competing with some surrounding communities such as Victoria and whatnot, or even Portland. I think, Portland 1 year received tax credits over Corpus Christi. So for the city, it's always a benefit to get these projects because it brings more affordable multifamily units to the community.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Anybody have any other questions? As I read this, that's your presentations, and so we need to call for open the public hearing. All right, the council's had an opportunity to ask questions on the presentation. We'll now open it up for a public hearing on an ordinance to adopt fiscal year 2020-2021 for the Consolidated Annual Action Plan for Community Development Block Grants. I don't know whether we have any submitted public comment, or do you know if anyone's going to call in and make any public comment?
No one's going to call in, and there were no written public comments submitted either, Mayor.
Okay, so we have no public comments according to the city secretary, either written or notified that they wanted to call in. One more time, any public comment? Hearing none, then we'll close the public hearing. And do we need to vote today on the approval or adoption of the plan, or would that come back at a different reading?
Yeah, there's an ordinance, right, for consideration today, Mayor.
And
it's the first reading.
And it can be considered today.
Yes, sir.
First reading today.
Right.
First reading today. We'll come back next week for final adoption.
Move to approve.
This is Roland. I move for approval.
Okay, so both.
All right, we got a motion for approval. Is there a second?
Well, I think Paulette and Roland both spoke at the same time, so we'll just.
All right, well, we got two motions and 1 second, so and that's three, so we need two more votes. You want to call the roll?
So for passage of ordinance number 13, Mayor, on its first reading, Mayor McComb,
Aye.
Councilmembers Hernandez.
No.
Excuse me, Hunter. Mr. Hunter is absent. Molina.
Aye.
Roy.
Aye.
Smith. Mr. Smith.
He's on mute.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Barrera.
Okay, you heard me?
Yes, sir, we did. We recorded your vote. Aye. Mr. Barrera.
I vote aye.
Garza.
Aye.
Guajardo.
Aye.
The ordinance passes.
Did you hear Rudy?
Yes, Mr. Garza. I did.
Okay, the motion passes. All right, then we'll move over to the regular agenda. We got an ordinance amending fire prevention permit fees schedule in Corpus Christi. These, to the consumer, from what I'm reading, the consumer really won't see any difference.
No,
So
sir.
it's not that we're raising fees or we're adding fees. They've been paying them, it's just been going to that guy in Dallas.
Fort Worth, yes, you're
Or
correct.
Fort Worth.
Yes,
But
sir.
now it's coming here, so the consumer side, taxpayer side, there's no change. It's
No,
just a
sir.
matter of where the money ends up.
That's correct.
Okay, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council, Robert Rocha, Fire Chief. Item number 14 is an ordinance amending the fire prevention permit fee structure of the City of Corpus Christi so that we can add 9 additional fees that were previously collected by a third-party consultant. This ordinance amendment will authorize the removal of a $250 plans review fee and will include 9 additional fees that were previously collected by a third-party contractor. The contractor will no longer conduct fire protection engineer services for the city. The city has recently hired a fire protection engineer, and he will now do those services. And by the way, that's the gentleman over there in the blue shirt over there. He's our new fire protection engineer, just started yesterday.
All right.
Awesome.
And I stand by for any questions.
Well, I don't know about questions, but I know there'll probably be lots of happy contractors here in town that they can get their projects up and move it a little quicker.
Well,
Have
Mayor,
somebody on board
I do want
in
to thank,
town.
I do want to thank Peter. I do want to thank you and the council. The direction you gave us was that to get a fire protection engineer, we're going to work closely with developmental services. We're going to be attending the pre-build meetings, and we're going to have a lot of interaction with them. So I think it's a good outcome for our residents.
All right, and I don't know what your plan is, but a nice, today's your first day? First day on the job. Well, we need to get these guys to, once Whataburger opens, go invite him to Whataburger and have a visit. Get to know him just on a personal basis. And so when he calls them out, that won't be their first introduction. But anyway, that's great. Mr. Molina, you have a comment?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. This is a good news item. I know this is something that I myself and several other council members here have requested, and this is something that I think moves us forward in the right direction. It's going to make our city, our development services department, that much more easier to do business with. And so I'm really looking forward, and I'm sure the people that are submitting their plans for plan review are going to be really happy about this. So thank you all.
Okay. Well, welcome aboard, and we're glad you're here. So, this was just, well, I guess we've got to adopt the collecting of the fees. So is there a motion for approval of item 14?
So moved.
All right, here a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
All right, number 15, authorizing change order number 19.
I think Hunter's still not here.
Can that be right? 19?
Yes,
I mean, we got the yacht, the dinghy, and we got the spare tires and everything on this deal. What's going on?
Even after 19, we're only at a little over 7% of contract value for all those change orders.
They change the color of their printer, the ink, or what?
Well, this project's it's a very big project. If you
It
haven't
is.
been out there,
Huge.
a very complicated project, and it's been going on for quite some time. So, let me go back. Jeff Edmonds, Director of Engineering Services, and this item is an ordinance because we have to amend the CIP. So this is a 2-reading ordinance to do that.
3 of these prior change orders have been approved by city council. So the rule is if it's above $100,000, it has to come to council for approval. So this will be the 4th one that has been to council, although none of those have been to this council because the last one was in December of 2018 that came to council. So the total amount of change orders on this is just shy of $1.7 million on a $23 million contract value, just under 8%, which is higher than we try to shoot for. However, 2 of those change orders for additional scope that the utility came and requested council to authorize. One of those was to replace the chlorine piping in the chlorine building, and the best way to get that done was utilize this contractor. The other was for some upgrades to the instrumentation and control that weren't in the original contract. So we're hoping this is the last one. We're getting close to complete on this. We're about 95% of work complete, and I stand ready for any questions.
Anyone have any questions? We spend a lot of money on these systems, but I think the proof of the pudding is the fact that we've got a superior water rating from the state on our water, and we haven't had any water boils for a couple of years, so.
Kevin takes full credit on that.
Knock on wood. So, any other comments or questions? We need to approve change order number 19. Man, next one will just be 2 X's, 20. Like Roman numerals. So, all right, entertain a motion on item 15 to keep our water safe and keep the project moving.
So moved.
There's a motion. Is there a second? Second by Mr. Roy. Any further discussion? Ms. Worthy, you want to call the roll on item 15?
Yes, sir. For passage of ordinance 15 on its first reading, Mayor McComb.
Aye.
Council members Hernandez.
Yeah, I beat up on him enough on the last one, so aye.
Hunter. Mr. Hunter? Nope. Absent. Molina?
Aye.
Roy?
Aye.
Smith?
Aye.
Barrera?
Aye.
Garza?
Aye.
Guajardo?
Aye.
Ordinance passes.
All right, ordinance accepting and appropriating $3.5 million, the city's emergency management grants funds as a partial disbursement from the Corona Relief Fund. Is this part of that initial 20% allocation out of the CARES money we're spending?
Yes, it is, Mayor.
Okay.
It's part of that 18 million we talked about earlier.
Yeah.
Yes, this is Heather Holbert, the Director of Finance. This is money that was allocated through the CARES Act and into the Corona Relief Funds. And so we were allocated $17.9 million, and this money can be used for expenses incurred due to the public health emergency that were not included in the adopted budget and that were incurred between March 1st and December 30th of this year. So those expenses do need to fall within 6 different categories. The first category is for direct medical expenditures related to the public health emergency. The second is public health expenditures related to the public health emergency. And then payroll expenses directly related to the public health emergency. For those first 3 categories, up to 100% of the $17.9 million can be used for those types of expenses. And then there's 3 other categories that up to 25% of total expenses can be used for these. And those include expenses to facilitate compliance with public health precautions, expenses associated to the provision of economic support, and other expenses reasonably necessary to satisfy eligibility. And so those total 3 categories cannot exceed more than 25% of the total funds spent. So this 20% was given to the city in advance. We will be remitting reports on what expenditures have been incurred in that will be reimbursed by this amount And we are working on a spending plan to make sure that we can utilize the full 17.9 million that we have eligible to us. So that concludes my presentation. I am available for any questions.
Anybody have any questions?
Move to approve.
All right, there's a motion and a second. Just a reminder, I think, for the staff that's listening, and encouragement from Peter, that, I mean, any activity that we do that's related to COVID, we need to make sure we document it and report it to some central person. I'm not sure who it goes to make sure, because anything that's spent on COVID and COVID related, we can at least see if it fits the category for this funds instead of the taxpayer fund.
That's correct, Mayor. Yeah, Constance Sanchez, our Chief Financial Officer, months ago, worked with our Finance Director and Budget Director and other team members. So we have a separate coding system in our central accounting system, and we're getting updates on it periodically through Constance.
All right.
Yeah. Yeah, we want to get reimbursed 100% for all these related activities due to COVID.
So that's good news. And the state was very good to get us this money, and the federal money gave it to the states, so we appreciate that very much. Any other comments on item 16? Not entertain a motion for approval of item 16.
We have a motion and a second on the floor, Mayor.
All right, we'll call the roll then, please.
Yes, sir. Sir, for passage of ordinance 16 on its first reading, Mayor McComb.
Aye.
Council members Hernandez.
Aye.
Hunter is absent. Molina.
Aye.
Roy.
Aye.
Smith.
Aye.
Barrera.
Aye.
Garza.
Aye.
And Guajardo.
Aye.
The ordinance passes.
All right, it gets down to item 17. It's a briefing on the staff's recommendation for a proposed 2020 bond issue to be presented to the public in November. The purpose of this today is a briefing and discussion. There's no action to be taken, I think is right.
That's correct. That's correct, Mayor.
We get some input as to what people like or don't like, or like to move around or increase or decrease or something. So
Jeff Edmonds is going to present for us, Mayor. And
all right.
I'm just going to do a couple of quick highlights while he gets themselves organized. So Jeff is going to present 50 improvement projects that total $115 million for consideration and inclusion of the bond. The majority of those funds would be for street improvements, $72 million for street improvements, $23 million for park improvements, and then $20 million, the remaining 20, for police and fire infrastructure. This would be the largest city bond proposal in more than a decade, and it will not require a property tax rate increase. The bond is roughly proportional. That means that each council district is getting just about the same amount, so all residents will see an equal share in their neighborhoods. The next steps would include next week the council consideration of a final project list, and then on August 11th, calling for the bond election, and then if that is done by the council, it would be on the November 3rd ballot. So Jeff is going to present, and his team members are here, as well as many of the department heads that were involved in developing the recommendations for today.
Jeff Edmonds, Director of Engineering Services, and I'd like to start out giving a shout out to my Assistant Director in Engineering over the project management section, Ratna Potumutu. She put a huge amount of effort into compiling all of this, and my hat's off to Ratna for her efforts on this. And we've just passed out a hard copy, and we'll get a PDF to those of you out there that are remote. But this is the latest version of the bond program. There's been some minor changes from what we had reviewed with some of you in the one-on-one meetings, and I'm just going to walk through the program. So, as the manager mentioned, next slide, please. There's a total of 51 projects for $115 million total. 26 streets, 23 parks, and 2 public safety projects. Next slide.
This is the schedule going forward. We are 21st today. Next week, we would like to get council approval on the list of projects and then pass the ordinance calling for the election on the 11th. And then we'll finalize our informational items and be doing Speakers Bureau and getting information out about the program, and of course the election on November 3rd. Next. These were our guiding principles in putting this program together. We were focusing on signature projects rather than maintenance projects, investment in major corridors, continuation of some past bond projects, and increasing connectivity, enhancing the functionality of some of our recreational areas. This has a greater public safety emphasis than we've had in past bond programs. We're attempting to leverage matching funds with some of these projects. Focus on increasing some road capacity in the high growth area, and have some major signature parks projects. Next. So as the manager mentioned, we tried to maintain rough proportionality. So the way that we did that, there were certain projects that we considered citywide or regional projects, and when you took those out, we tried to distribute the remaining dollars evenly between the districts. And as you can see from this table, the amounts range from the $15 to $16 million range for each district. Next. Okay, that's an overall map. I know you probably can't see that very well, but that's the distribution of the projects. As you can see, they're spread out across the city. Next. Okay, the streets program has $72 million, which is about the same as what we had on Bond 18. There's 23 street projects, and additionally there were 3 projects that are considered citywide, focusing on arterials and collectors. As I mentioned, continuation of some of the previous work effort on bond projects and SPMP. So now I'm going to go by the streets broken down by district. Next.
Are you jumping the streets over the other projects?
Pardon me?
Are you jumping over streets? Are you jumping over the other projects to get to the street projects?
This might not match if you're. Are you looking in the?
Well, I mean, you had the
okay.
Public
No,
facilities.
I'm sorry, that doesn't exactly line up with the presentation.
Okay.
Yeah, we're getting copies of the presentation to hand out to the council. So he has the presentation's a PowerPoint presentation. What was handed out was not the PowerPoint.
That's our information packet.
Yeah.
That it's the same packet that we had given you
All right, well, go ahead.
during our prior briefings, but
I just
updated.
said, I mean, it was a silly question, and it
Yeah, no, my apologies for the
everybody's
confusion.
I was just wanting to ask on the citywide. I know everybody knows where, but if I had to make a desperate rush to Fire Station 3, where would I go?
Morgan Street.
For somebody that's in the Canaries, and not the Redbird. I mean, all the chiefs and everybody knows by the numbers, but
Make sure we call that out.
I know where the Weber station is, or the this one on but the Fire Station 3 and some of these others, I don't recognize them by numbers, so that's why I was just give me a little more information. I agree. I don't have any problem with it, other than I couldn't figure out which one they were talking about.
Okay, we'll be sure we make that clear.
Yeah, and I think the public would like to know too, because if it's in their neighborhood, they really want to support it. And if it's not theirs, they say, well, but I think everybody supports new fire stations, so I think that's great. Okay, I'm sorry.
I'm sure everybody goes into the service area served by Station 3. Well, okay, back to the slides. This is the list of streets that we're proposing in District 1, total of $13 million. And in the interest of brevity, I'm not going to read through the list. Next slide. District 2, and we are trying to focus on longer segments than we have in some cases in the past to create more meaningful projects. And again, the street values per district were in that $12 to $13 million range. Next slide. Plato's continuation of the project that is wrapping up, that was a Bond 14 project. Next slide. This is District 4, and this is one that may have changed a little bit since we had some one-on-one briefings with you. We had some more discussions with Mr. Smith and with the ISAC folks, and so this has changed a little bit. And adding a new beach access road, that was one addition. Next slide. You want to go back to that one?
Yeah, what was the dollar amount change on that, on 4? Or you said we added the beach access road?
Well, what happened is we took out the Holly Road. After having these conversations, it was determined that some of these other projects were a higher priority. And so the one that was on your list we met previously was Holly between Ennis Jocelyn and Paul Jones. And that has gone away, and some of these other projects have come in. So the dollar value is close to the same.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, next slide. And this is District 5. LIPES is the continuation of the Bond 18 project where they had to reduce the scope due to the funding. Strasburg is a continuation of Bond 18 project, and Rod Field is the extension of Rod Field south from Yorktown down to where Oso Parkway is planned. And Grenoble is another connection, and King's Crossing that the traffic uses on the way to Morelos Elementary, and it's also a collector for ingress and egress into that subdivision. Next slide. So these are the ones under the street category that we were calling citywide, the ADA improvements that is used to supplement the SP&P. There's $2 million for general bridge rehabilitation, and those are spread all over the city. Now there was another one on the Williams Ditch. That was a flooding mitigation project. Next slide. In the parks category, there's $23 million allocated, and that's distributed and across 18 parks in all districts. And there's an additional 5 projects that we're considering citywide projects. Trying to focus on signature projects, new rec center, new pool, and we're going to be replacing a lot of the playground equipment with a new standard that incorporates shade structure and proper foundation, fall protection. And I'm going to go by district on the parks. Next slide. District 1, we've got a new Oak Park Recreation Center. That's the biggest one in District 1. That's the senior center, recreation center that's off of Leopard. And the existing facility is in terrible shape. And The proposal is to replace it with a similar size, brand-new facility, and then make other repairs at some of their neighborhood parks. Next slide. These are the neighborhood park improvements in District 2. Next slide. The proposal is to put $1 million in upgrades at Salinas Park, includes lighting and shade structures, skate park, and then we feel we can leverage $750,000 of CDBG funds with that. Next slide. This is Council District 4, and the $500,000 is for landside improvements at the Dimmitt Pier, where we're currently making improvements to the pier itself, resurfacing tennis courts at Parker Park. Next slide. This is District 5. Next. Okay, these are the citywide parks projects. So first one is contribution to a $15 million project that is proposed at the Texas State Aquarium. And the feeling is with some city funding, we can unlock a significant amount of other contributions for a significant investment. North Beach restroom facilities, that's to serve tourist activity out at North Beach. The Bill Witt pool facility, that's for a new both recreational and competitive pool facility. Parks indicates that there's too much demand on the natatorium and that they need additional capacity, and there is no public pool in the district. Not. Y'all seeing the same thing I'm seeing?
Little gray block.
Okay, next slide. Okay. Hey, go back. I'm sorry. West Guth, that was for a new bathhouse at the recently updated pool. And then at the park itself, we were proposing to do shade structures and regional type playground equipment and sort of picnic facilities. Next slide. Public safety, and this bond program has a bigger commitment to public safety improvements than probably any of the past bond programs. We've got, next slide. We've got two signature projects, one replacing Fire Station number 3, that's the Morgan Street Station, that has their highest call activity, and 66-year-old facility. And then $12.5 million for a new police training academy. Next slide. So the estimate is that we could handle $160 million without raising taxes. So we're well within that amount. So we're not proposing any tax increase associated with this bond program. Next slide. This is just a list of all the past bond programs going back to 2000. And you can see where this one stands. Other than 2008, this would be the largest. Next slide. The current property tax rate is I'm not going to read that out, 0.646 and change. And 0.4268 of that is M&O, and 0.219 is INS. And we're not proposing to raise tax associated with this bond election, but there are 2 cents that were part of the bond 18 that funded Prop B and then all the other props, C, D, E, and F. And that is the end of the formal presentation. And I'll open it up for question and discussion.
Anybody have any comments, Ms. Maharlo?
Yes, on Mr. Edmonds on the pool in District 5. Hang on here. Where is it? What number is it?
It's fourth line
Is it
down
on
on
here?
page 1.
Oh, right here. Bill Witt. Yeah, sorry, I couldn't see that. So what is the, I guess, plan or true cost for that, running the facility or running it's a pool? So this is outdoor or indoor?
That's correct. I'm going to let Joe Johnson, he's the Assistant Director with Parks and Recreation, I'm going to let him
Okay.
step to the podium and answer that question.
It's a good question, Councilwoman. Joe Johnson, Assistant Director, Park Operations, Beach Operations. I actually have a breakdown here that I can email you
Great.
of what we estimate the pool's going to cost. We think it's going to cost about $420,000 a year. Outdoor competitive swim pool, and then also an unheated recreational pool, zero depth entry, slides, all the works. Big facility, big nice facility. So we're going to need, we're looking at just the lap pool is about 250,000 gallons. That's going to, we're going to have to heat that. So that's going to be a big cost. Like I said, 10 extra lifeguards, swim instructors. We're going to need more swim instructors staffed year round to give swim instruction, to kids, to seniors, to adults, whoever needs it. Maintenance, we're going to need another FTE, like I said, the pool maintenance, the mechanic, and then for chemicals. And then that's just for the lap pool. And then for the seasonal pool, it's going to be the same thing. We don't need an extra 10 lifeguards, but we'll use those same 10. The instructors, chemicals, energy and gas. So it's about $420,000 a year.
A year.
Yes, ma'am.
And so this is proposed at Bill Witt. And again, remind me, please, what is the plan? I think we're working, correct, on a
Yeah.
master plan for Bill
We're
Witt?
working on a master
But we're
plan
also
right now.
working on some
Yeah,
improvements
we're
now.
going to take we're going to be bringing the council, or it may be below 50,000, but we've solicited a vendor to help us develop a master plan for Bill Witt. And so the work will begin soon on the actual master plan. We're bringing the consultant on board.
But how does that go hand in hand with, let's say, this passes?
So
And the construction of this versus
no,
the plan?
the
How does-
construction of the pool won't happen until the master plan is done.
Okay.
And that shouldn't be any more than, it'll be less than a year to complete that. So we're going to phase it in time to where the master plan gets done, and then the pool location and kind of the design of it will be commensurate with the master plan.
Okay.
Engineering's working on a 30% concept right now for the pool, the aquatic center. So we'll use whatever we get from engineering and give it to the consultant who gets the Bill Witt master plan, and just
Oh, I see.
they'll coincide with each other.
Right. Okay, so 420, you said?
Yes, ma'am. That's a rough estimate.
Mm-hmm. All righty. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yeah, so Bill Witt has, that park is surrounded by, I don't have the number, but a lot of subdivisions. It's the fastest growing area of the city.
Right.
And there is no pool in that City Council District 5, no outdoor recreation pool.
Right.
And that Bill Witt Park's one of our biggest regional parks that's highly undeveloped. And so that master plan is going to help put some framework to the park.
Right.
And then the pool will be a great draw to the park and a great amenity for the community.
Yeah, no, I
These are the
agree.
type of projects we're recommending in the bond program, ones that have a big impact on the community
Right.
in terms of quality of life and destination.
No, I agree.
event.
I really just want to see that park. You know,
Yeah.
we've been talking about it for years,
Yeah. Yeah.
it just needs to be developed, and it just can be so grand and beautiful
Oh,
because of
absolutely.
everything you just said.
Yeah.
But of course, the maintenance, we've
Yeah.
had some issues at Collier with, the improvements and then them not working and just going back and forth. So I just wanted to make sure that, all of that is obviously you would account for it, but it's
Absolutely.
important. Yeah. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I've got a question.
Yes, sir.
So, what would be the plan for Collier? Now, Collier year-round isn't completely utilized, so $420,000 a year to do Bill Witt. Would Collier stay open?
Yes, sir. Collier will stay open. It'll still be a seasonal or year-round lap swim pool. It's just not big enough for the swim clubs. And in the wintertime, as Mr. Hernandez knows, the swim clubs are fighting for natatorium time. So this would be another place where swim clubs could go during the wintertime and have swim practices. Right now, the natatorium is the only place that they can do that during the winter season.
And they're not using Collier in the winter?
It's too small, from my understanding, for swim clubs.
It's a long course pool. I'm sure it's a short course. I'm sorry, 25 meters on there. And I know Flower Bluff has a indoor. They have a nat on it. So are swim practices using that? Do you know?
Not that I know of, sir.
I can answer that
Okay.
question. Flower Bluff ISD will not allow the use for that pool for swim clubs.
Okay, thanks, Gil. With it. Well, we got a pool. It was a former city pool in Flower Bluff that the city abandoned, and now we're having a local group operate it, which is tenuous. The county's been a big help on it. So as we look at District 4, which is 26 miles long, nothing on the island, really nothing in Flower Bluff on there. I know the Bill Witt area is a fast growing, but we still have other areas that are not well serviced by pools. And I guess what are we about $800,000 right now in our pool, our aquatics budget?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Yeah, last time I looked on it was 880, but so this would
very
require
little, whatever it
50%.
is. It's not enough, whatever it is. I can tell you that.
Yeah. Okay, but by adding this pool, we'll be increasing that budget 50%, just for this pool.
Can I add to that, Councilman? So we need to work with staff on this, on that estimate for the maintenance and the programming for the pool. So next week we'll provide you some final information.
Yeah.
We haven't fully vetted out what type of an aquatic center this is going to be. Initially, we started off with it being just a regular pool like Greenwood or some of our other outdoor pools. So let me work with the staff, and we'll bring back a final package for next week.
Well, and then another thought to Mr. Hernandez's comment that the NAT is a city or CCISD, but we have a joint operating agreement with them that allows us to use it. Where we've got, Tolosa's got a NAT, Flower Bluff has a NAT. The taxpayers of Flower Bluff are paying for. So could we look at maybe something there? I know there was some initial talks in the Bluff about that, but they never really went anywhere because that's a $12 million pool. And it's a shame that it's sitting there, and then we've got to build a $7.5 million because the $12 million pool, it's got its own operating costs. I like just one other, and when Mr. Edmonds went over the streets at my fellow council members, the $3.9 million for Walden Field Road, that's the concrete section of that 24-year-old road. So we're going in there and we're having to spend $3.9 million to rehab that. So the next time we have the asphalt versus the concrete discussion, let's keep that in mind. So concrete doesn't last forever. In this case, it lasts 26 years, and we're going to spend $3.9 million to rehab it. That's it.
I got an answer to that. I got some comments to make also back here.
Okay, Rudy?
My first question I've got is, we got $72 million worth of road work we're putting in. What's the estimate of the impact to the utility rates? 72 million on top usually means $72 million underneath. So I want to know what kind of impact that's going to have on our utility rates. Is there any projection for that? Do we have any kind of percentage amount or amount that we're going to have to increase our utility rates in order to be able to replace the underlying infrastructure?
You're exactly correct, Councilman. That has been about, that's been our experience. It has been about a 1-to-1 ratio between the underground utilities and the surface improvements. So that is an accurate statement. And we'll have to calculate that. I'll have to work with utilities and finance, and we usually include that in our information brochure, what the utility rate impacts would be.
Yeah, because again, when we go to talking about other utility projects and borrowing money, we need to keep in mind that that street work, which I love seeing street projects on our bond proposals, is still going to have an impact on our utility rates. Coupled with what we've got to do in order to be able to comply with the consent decree on wastewater.
Yeah, we'll be working on that, Councilman, once we get the final projects, or even before then. And in the future.
The other concern I've got is we made a commitment and we passed the last bond proposal in 2018 with some of the projects being financed with a 2% property tax increase. None of us could have anticipated this COVID-19 scenario and the possibility of so many small businesses being impacted by the COVID-19 and the loss of revenue thereof. So quite frankly, I'm going to be opposed to a tax increase from 64.6425, whatever the amount was, to 66 cents. So is there any way to incorporate some of the projects we're doing with 2018 with some of the $160 million capacity that we have for this particular year, looking at the fact that we're only going to be using $115 million in this 2020 bond proposal, and we still got some amount there, some capacity there to finance with whatever residual or the proposals that were passed in 2018 that required a tax increase. Question for legal, question for staff.
Yeah, so if I understand the question, I think you're asking, is it really necessary to raise the tax, those 2 cents that were associated with Bond 18?
That's my question is, do we have the option of being able to use some of our debt capacity, which you showed in your presentation at being 160 million. And I think we're going, did I understand 115 is what we're proposing?
Right, that 160 may not be, that 160 is the maximum, that pushes everything to the maximum limit. So that assumes like a 99% tax collection rate, assumes a lot of things. So that number we probably shouldn't have showed in the presentation because it's almost not realistic. Everything would have to be financially running perfect. If we don't do the 2 cents that the vote is approved, then we won't be able to do the 115. It'd be a much smaller bond program because it assumes the 2% increase or the 2 cent increase assumes that we have enough money to pay the bonds for the 18. But it also increases our capacity, borrowing capacity, to be able to do this bond program. So we work with NOE, Hinojosa, with Estrada and Hinojosa to develop our debt plan. And I can get you that number. I don't have it here in front of me, but if we don't have the additional 2 cents, then this bond program will be much smaller than 115.
Well, I'd like to know what that number is. I mean, I love all the projects on there in the way that the projects, both streets and parks, and are all split up among the the different districts. But if there's any option that we have for not imposing that 2% property tax increase in 2020, that would be my preference.
Okay, we can get you that. I'll get you that number by next week.
And the last closing comment related to Councilman Smith's comment about Waldron Road and the fact that we're going to spend almost $4 million to rehab it. We haven't spent anything in 24 and a half years in street maintenance, including 7 years that asphalt would have taken for a seal coat, and then 15 years of overlay, and then 22 years of seal coat. We would already be having a conversation about including Waldron Road on a total reconstruction package or part of this bond program if we had gone to asphalt on Waldron Road. Thank you very much.
And then, Mr. Garza, we have done panel replacements and other maintenance on that road.
We haven't spent a whole lot. Other roads that size.
Hello, this is Constance. Could I make one comment? This is to Councilmember Garza's questions about the bond capacity. So the 160 million includes the 2 cents from the bond 2018. If we exclude it, the bond capacity is about 110 million. Each cent is about 29 to 30 million dollars. And so if we do not increase it by the 2 cents as the voters approved, then we would be about 110.
So we'd have to cut back about $5 million off of this.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Hernandez.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions on the Williams Ditch. Since that is a drainage type program, would that be something that we could go to the Texas Water Fund in order to sell the bonds to, in order to get the lowest rate?
So that project should not have been on the bond listing. That project's going to be handled under the Stormwater Capital Program.
Okay.
Yeah, that was an error in showing it today. That's the only drainage project, so we didn't want a separate proposition just for one project. So we're going to handle it in a different funding manner.
Okay.
The money, the 2 million went to the bridge project.
So yes, sir, there's 4 million in bridges now.
Okay, well, that answers that question. So
where is that?
Listed?
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Is it listed on here, Peter?
It was on his program, but on his presentation.
Oh, on this one?
Right, but it's
take it
not
out.
part of the process, no.
Okay.
Okay.
It's not on this, what we're looking at here?
The small
Right,
one.
so it's not on the presentation. It's on the presentation, but it's not on your list.
Not on the packet.
Right.
But it's in here. Right.
Okay, so that was, I wanted to bring that up specifically because it seemed a little out of place.
Yes, it's correct, sir.
Okay. I did have some questions about Brandywine Park. Specifically, I thought that was one of the parks that we had on the chopping block for sale, or was under consideration for that. Is that not the case?
It didn't sell, and we're not moving forward with the repurposing list this year. The playground that's there is unsafe, needs to be demolished and removed.
Oh, yeah, I remember.
Whether we sell the park or not.
We visited that.
Yeah, yep. And there's every park or playground on that bond list has been identified through thorough playground inspections that they're beyond their life expectancy and need to be removed and replaced.
Okay. And just to make some comments on the swimming pool, we are very much a coastal community. And we've had some very high-profile local deaths of some of teenagers in our community. You know, there was one in District 5 that was, the mother committed suicide shortly thereafter. And I think it's incumbent upon us to make sure that we offer the facilities needed for our kids and the people that live here to have the opportunity to learn how to swim and have those facilities available to them. As you know, I'm a big advocate for this. I was a lifeguard as a young man, and so it's important to me that for everyone to be able to learn how to swim, and we have to have the facilities to do that. And actually, as a plug for District 3, I was kind of disappointed that we didn't have some money set aside for the Greenwood pool. It's the only other Olympic-sized swimming pool that we have in the community that's not an auditorium. aside from that, I want to say that I'm a big advocate for that and learning to swim programs and to have those available to our citizens. And I think there is some new technology, some systems to be able to build those pools at a lower cost. Maybe we can look into some of those as some options instead of just a standard type construction. But thank you.
For Greenwood Pool, we just completed about a $360,000 project there. It came out really well. So give us about another 5 or 6 years, hopefully.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Mayor, I have a few things.
All right.
Okay, so the Texas State Aquarium, which I support. So I understand that there's a match. How's that going to work out? I mean, how big is their project?
Right, so the total project is a $15 million project. So this is a good example, and we want to try to do more of these, where the city's $3 million will leverage 4 times the amount for the community. So that's a 4-to-1 ratio. For every dollar we provide, we get $4 back. And so the aquarium's fundraising, right now they have about, I think it was close to $5 million raised. And this is, I want to tell the mayor this as well. So I talked to Tom Schmidt saying we don't want our money sitting in the bank or just waiting for you to fundraise for several years, right? We want the money put into production. He made a pledge to me, which was that if he doesn't fundraise the entire $12 million by the end of 2021, so by the end of next year, then he would tell us the $3 million you guys keep. We won't take it. So he has a little over a year and a half or so where he'll raise the entire 12 million, the entire 12 million, and then our 3 million would go towards the total construction cost of 15 million. It's for an aquatic center. Right now they have one where they help to rehabilitate wildlife, but it's I think it's across it's over there in Rincon Channel area, and it's not close to the aquarium. They would continue those functions, but it would be also an education type center for the community, and it would improve their mission of not only showcasing sea life, but also helping to rehabilitate it.
Yeah, it's an animal hospital, I believe, something like that as well.
Yes, sir.
Assuming, I'm hoping they do raise the money. So if they didn't, then what happens to the 3 million?
We would have to. We don't have. We could put something in the bond program that it gets redirected to a street projects. It could be that it just doesn't get issued in debt. It just falls off the issuance list, and we'll use it in the next bond program. But it would be at our discretion, at the city's discretion.
Okay. Now also. Thank you for that.
Yes,
I think that's some creativeness on your part to leverage those funds, or your team's part. On Salinas Park, okay, I know we just voted on money, CDBG funds from there. So I guess I'm just assuming that in the event that this bond package doesn't pass, then we're going to drop back and figure out something else to do with those funds.
No, we would still use them at Salinas, Councilman. So what that CDBG dollars helps is it gives everybody, all the districts, a proportional share of funding. So when you include the CDBG money for $1 million, each district gets about 13% of the bond program, plus the $1 million in the CDBG.
Yeah.
So we would we'll know by November if the bond passes, and if it does, then we'll pool the monies together and develop the project scope. If it doesn't, then we'll just do the $1 million worth of work using CDBG money at Salinas.
Okay, and then I just want to also say, there's always that, we don't take care of the west side, and I see that a large part of those infrastructure projects, with the exception of one, of the 3 streets, only 2 of them are on the west side, as well as the investment in Salinas Park. So I appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
Any other comments? Couple of things on clarification. You got me confused on this 2 cents. Are you talking about allocating toward debt service versus operating, or are we talking about, initially we're saying require no tax increase.
Right.
But then you're talking about a 2 cent tax increase somewhere. Are you talking about a rate increase on the utilities? I mean,
No, yeah, here it is, Mayor. So in the 2018 bond program, the council put proposals out to the community of no tax rate increase or additional projects for a tax rate increase, right? So the voters in 2018 approved a bond program that required a 2-cent debt service tax rate increase. That increase will take effect October 1 in the 2021 budget. It didn't happen in 18, it didn't happen in 19, it didn't happen in 20, but now
you're talking about the 2 cent?
No, this is the 2018 bond program that the voters approved had a 2-cent property tax rate increase, not for the operating side, but for the debt service side. In 2018, when the voters approved the bond program, they approved a 2-cent increase. And that's different than the 2 cent increase.
Is that a real increase, or is that just a shift from the operation and
No,
maintenance?
it's a real
to the-
increase. It's an increase in the debt service and overall tax rate. And it'll take effect this October. We could have done it in the current year budget, but we didn't need we're not issuing the debt until right now, so we waited until now to do it in the 2021 budget. So,
But you're
this
saying
bond
there's no increase in the tax rate?
for the 2020 bond program, there's no property tax rate increase needed. The voters approved propositions in the 18 program that added 2-cent to the tax rate, the debt service specifically.
Yeah, Proposition A was within the tax capacity, and then B, council directives come up with another list for additional streets for a penny's worth, and then parks and facilities for another penny's worth.
They all went through.
Yeah.
Those one, yeah.
I'm still not, if you're telling me you're proposing a budget with no tax increase,
A bond, he's proposing the 2020 bond. The 2021 budget, Mayor, will have to follow through on what the voters approved in 18.
well, the budget we're fixing to adopt in October,
Right,
you're telling me you're coming with a 2-cent tax increase?
right, that was prior approved by the voters in 18. If we don't, we won't be able to issue the debt to do the bond program that they approved in 18. It was part of the approved plan by the voters a couple of years ago. It'll be on the debt service side of the tax rate. But it was, like Jeff said, the ballot included separate propositions, and there was one that was clearly delineated for a 2-cent increase to do more work, and the voters approved it because we need the work done.
I'll have to go back and read that stuff.
Yeah, it's in the brochure. Councilman Hernandez has one right there.
But the 222 didn't come in, and when did,
That one was approved, I don't know what year, but last year we did the second, in the current year, we did the second 2, and we're not gonna do the third 2
Yeah,
in
well-
2021. We're gonna wait to see what
I
things
know
look
in
like.
17 we didn't do it because we had the hurricane.
Right.
Right.
Mhm.
We still have one left.
And then we don't have,
Yeah.
we've got one left, but we're not doing it this year
We're not gonna
because
do
of
it
the
this year,
pandemic.
right. We're gonna wait to 2021 or beyond potentially. We'll see how the economy rebounds.
All right, we'll talk more about that.
Yeah.
All right, second, the other, 2 questions. One, I don't have a problem with the city committing $3 million to help the aquarium. My question is, and it kind of gets back to Mr. Hernandez's question earlier, we're basically going to sell bonds to give away to a 501c6 or whatever the aquarium is.
Well, they'll have to be, and Miles can talk to this a little bit, but they'll have to be a public benefit to the city.
Well, I mean,
They'll have to
that,
be
what,
demonstrated, so it won't be necessarily just given
I
away.
mean, are we getting, 6 months past for
Right.
$3 million? We got to get something in return.
There'll have to
Can't
be
just
something
give it
in return.
away.
Right, we could have free programming space in there for various times of the year.
Okay.
Discounts to city employees, so on. There has to be a benefit to the city. We just don't give money away.
So assuming the bonds pass in November, and Mr. Schmidt is saying that he'll have it raised by the following December,
Yes,
you wouldn't sell the bonds until you need them, right?
absolutely, right, that's correct.
So you wouldn't be paying interest, and we may not ever sell them if he can't reach his 12 million or whatever it is.
That's correct, Mayor.
But you'll have the authorization to sell it.
Absolutely, yeah, that's right.
Because I mean, why would we want to pay 3.5 million for
Yeah.
a 3 million giveaway? Would I just
Right.
take it
No,
out
it's
of
a-
operating or something? Okay.
Yeah, that's a good, we have a good plan to make sure we're
All right.
financially.
The other question, I think probably there's going to be some discussion, and I see Miss Sarah back there, so she's probably saying, uh-oh, here he goes. On your Rodfield Road, I'm going to recommend that we take a 90-degree turn on Yorktown East for the money we're spending that's being proposed to go out towards Oso Creek. And the reason that is that Rodfield Road is in the MPO plan at an estimated cost of $30 million. It goes from Yorktown all the way to the Regional Parkway. It's in the MPO plan, the 10-year plan and the 25-year plan. And so that road is already planned. It's just a matter of timing. And the road that you're proposing to build is just going to go through a bunch of vacant property to the creek. It's not going to get to the creek. It's just going to be a 2-lane road down to the creek.
Right.
That could be there for 10 to 20 years to the creek. But the MPO plan has already got it in their 10-year and 25-year plan. So, and I've got the documents here. Sarah can explain it to you. I may not understand it quite as well, but I think I'm getting close. So, to me, the best money is if we're going to spend, and it stays in District 5, you take that money and you put it on Yorktown going toward Laguna Shores, because you've already got a ton of developments already in and in the process of being put in, as opposed to just growing mesquite on your new road for the next 20 years that need that help. It's Yorktown from, and you just finished, we just talked about the intersection at Yorktown a few minutes ago. I mean, Rodfield Road in Yorktown, where they've done that intersection where we moved airline and got it all straightened up, very nice, needed to be done. It's real good till you get about 100 yards past Rodfield, and then it goes back this little 2-lane bar ditch street all the way to Laguna Shores. It's a pretty dangerous road. So for my money, for the $4.8 million, you'd be better off spending that money trying to finish Yorktown out toward Laguna Shores, and let the MPO do your Rodfield when it's getting ready to go all the way out to the Regional Parkway. Because you got people now that need that help on Yorktown Road. You don't have anybody but jackrabbits out there where you're going to build your new road. Now, you can cut in some of those Brazelton subdivisions, I guess, and tie into it or something, but all those people come out there right now to Yorktown. And it just needs to be a bigger, brighter, better road. And from a non-engineering standpoint, I'd say do away with those 40-foot medians you got there that nobody maintains and they look horrible, and leave them there for additional lane on each side, as opposed to having those lanes that nobody maintains and they look terrible. And you don't have to water them. We don't water these, but don't build them so you don't water them. But here's the information from the MPO, and if it comes to the city-state match, according to them, that portion that we're talking about here, they're saying it's about an $8 million, and the state's portion, or the city's portion, would be about $2 million. So if we had to do something to go with the state with the MPO instead of 4.8, we only have to be paying $2 million for that same stretch of road if we tie it in with the MPO project. I know y'all think I've lost my mind, but here it is, and I'm on the MPO, so, and Sarah's there. Now come straighten me out where I've said something wrong. But be nice about it, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Sarah Munoz, Assistant Director in Public Works. Just to clarify what the mayor is talking about, he's referring to the 2020-2045 Transportation Improvement Program through the MPO. So as the mayor mentioned, currently, within the 10-year plan, the Rodfield Road project is programmed for about $30 million. Of that project, the city would be responsible for 20% of that match.
Can you repeat that? Can you repeat that?
You want me to repeat it?
Yeah, for real.
Okay.
'Cause-
Okay, so it's currently programmed as a $30 million project to cross the Oso, and that would include the bridge. It's currently programmed at $30 million. So the city would be responsible for a 20% match. And so right now, they're trying to pull up what the mayor was referring to as the regional parkway plan on the MPO. So if you see Rodfield Road is connecting to what they're calling segment B, that would ultimately connect to 286 Chapman Ranch area.
Can I add to that though, Sarah, and maybe elaborate? So you can see on the screen that's here, there's the regional parkway through the last year and a half, 2 years. The MPO has agreed to do two different segments, the segment A and B, right?
They've programmed it, yes.
They programmed it by designs under the thought process that the Rodfield Road extension would take place sooner than later. And so the Rodfield extension would connect at the regional parkway and go to the left on B4, that segment B4, right?
Yes, sir.
And connect you to the Crosstown Expressway.
Correct.
So MPO made some in the adjusting their or adopting their plans over the years. They've made amendments in anticipation that the parkway would be, the regional parkway as shown on the screen would have two segments, and the segment noted as B4. That would be done first to connect to this Rodfield Road extension that the mayor was referring to and the one that we proposed. And they moved money up sooner into the program to allow the programming of that to happen, or the design?
It's actually programmed within the 10-year plan. So they've also programmed dollars for the NEPA process, the environmental process, which would have to take place before that.
Right, and what year is that money in?
So the Regional Parkway NEPA process is within the 10 years. So in speaking with the MPO, the 10-year plan is the earliest it could possibly be available is fiscal year 25.
Okay, so that's
just dependent on what's going on at the time.
Okay, that's there, except for the plan that we're currently working, that's the nearest term plan, right? that you're
Yes, sir.
talking- So it's
Fiscal year 25.
Yeah, okay.
And Mayor, I'd like to comment on that as well.
That's what we're here for.
Okay. Well, I was intimately involved in getting the MPO to move that up from a 20-year plan to a 10-year plan. And they've assigned $1.8 million for the environmental study. I believe it says 1.8 on your, on that block there. I don't have it in front of me, but, and that's mainly for the environmental study to get us over the OSO and attached to the 286, like he says right there, for the regional parkway. Now, we have no ability to do anything on the other side of the OSO because it is King Ranch and it's outside the city limits. So we definitely need the MPO's help to do this. However, it also states in here, it's including for a 2-lane section from Yorktown Boulevard, possible built phased 2-lane section Yorktown Boulevard to North Oso Creek for that amount, right? Is that how I'm reading it here? What we're talking about is building the other half of that, right? Because it's supposed to be a 4-lane with the median in the middle, where you have the overhead wires from AEP in the center. Okay, so what we're talking about is building the other half. Now, the reason why it's important to do Rodfield first before you're doing Yorktown is because there are that section, the Rancho Vista area, all that development on that backside, the only entrance to their neighborhood is through Yorktown. and they have to do an unprotected left-hand turn onto a two-lane road that has no turning lane. So for the sake of safety, you want to give them the opportunity to be able to exit through Rodfield, get to a protected intersection with a lighted intersection to get that out. Now, ultimately, it's important that we look at trying to do this for the mobility plan so we can, so the MPO can build the other section of that regional parkway, specifically that connects to 286. This will, because we're building or Del Mar Board of Regents had that bond election to build the Southside campus, which they're building right now. We're going to add a lot more traffic there very much in very short amount of time. It's important that we do the mobility plan for not only for now, but also the future. Plus, by building up this area or building this portion of Rodfield Road, you're also opening up that backside for development where we already have utilities, where we have that it's inside the city limit, and we'll encourage development there versus going out to London. There's lots of reasons to do this, but ultimately we want to make sure we kickstart this regional parkway plan so we can get the mobility out the backside, because there's only three ways really to get out of there if you're not going to Flower Bluff. It's Yorktown, a combination of Cimarron and Airline because they intersect, and then also Rodfield. It's important that looking in the future with the development going on there, that we provide that initial kickstart to get us out onto the south side and onto Crosstown. It won't happen at this rate. Also, developers are looking to participate in this, and they can bring in the additional funding associated with providing this section of Rodfield Road. This, out of everything on this package, for me, this is probably the most important thing, because not only for safety, but also the growth of that area. Realistically, doing an unprotected left-hand turn coming out of Rancho Vista onto Yorktown in the morning or is not necessarily the best thing. Plus, you don't have a turning lane for people turning into the neighborhoods that are on the north side of Yorktown. So the more traffic you can get off of Yorktown, the better off we are. And so I think this is an important project here for us to do. Thank you.
Council and Mayor, if you don't mind, maybe we'll try to work with the developers over the next week or so to see what type of financial commitment they'd be willing to make, because that would be a good point to make to the community, like the aquarium one where we have a $4 return on investment for every dollar we put in. If the developers can commit to some number, that would be it'd be a good selling point to the community.
Right. I mean, just to add on to that, I think when we looked at it, the $5 million was not going to be enough to get you all the way to OSO, and that was the thought process behind having the developers getting to OSO. Thank you.
I mean, you can go out there now, and I'm not in the development business, but I can tell you, I drove Yorktown all the way from pretty much Weber yesterday, all the way out to Laguna Shores and back. And it's just phenomenal, the number of housing developments that are there and are under construction versus the mesquite growing in the area. You want to put this 2 or 3 mile section of Yorktown. Now, the people that own the property out there probably be love to get the city to come out and build a street to their property. I don't know who owns the property, but for the people that need it now, and from a safety standpoint, you've got, I don't know, within that, from Starry Lane to over back in there on, that would be the east, I guess the west side of Yorktown, and then on the north side of Yorktown, there's just some that are just out there beginning to do site work. There's a huge amount of development already going on right there. And you've got a little 2-lane road out there that don't even have street lights, I don't think. That's Yorktown, and you really, Yorktown, yeah. I think those people need some relief a whole lot sooner than the mesquite trees out there do today. And you've got it in the MPO plan, and 5 years goes pretty fast.
That's 5 years for the environmental study.
Well, if you do it yourself, you don't have to have the environmental study. You can decide later to do it, but if you're going to put it in a bond issue now, you can. I'm just concerned that somehow I don't understand the theory of building a nice big road out here to vacant property when you got people over here now that need it coming out of these, and those are nice subdivisions. And I don't own a piece of property
Yeah.
And Mayor, we
anywhere
don't,
close to that, so I have no personal interest other than what I think is best for this whole developing area. We just finished Slough Road just down the street, and I mean, what's white on this, I think, may be already under development.
well, Mayor, we don't have a map up to show you the connection that it would have to the Rancho Vista neighborhood. And you could actually have an exit out there, and that's not a great picture.
Need a better map than this.
But,
Can we go to 35? We've got a zoomed-in map.
okay, so you see where the neighborhood would butt up against the mesquite tree area that you're referring to. And you can exit those neighborhoods, so the sequence of this should be the Rodfield section first. That way, when you do construction on Yorktown, people can take a different route and get out of their neighborhoods without having to go through a construction process, and you can make the construction traffic management a lot simpler by going through Rodfield to a protected intersection at Yorktown and Rodfield, instead of trying to get through traffic and construction, making a left-handed turn to get out of your neighborhood onto Yorktown. It just from a safety standpoint wise, you would want to sequence it that way. I agree with you, Mayor, that it's important to widen Rodfield. Yorktown from Rodfield out to I guess Laguna Shores or to the bridge, the mud bridge out there, at some point in the future. But this one should sequence it first in order to have egress from a different road versus just Yorktown, because those neighborhoods can only get out of there on Yorktown. So it would connect to those neighborhoods, not just mesquite trees, but I mean, it would connect to those neighborhoods.
Well, you know, Jeff and the engineers, you guys make the big bucks. I'm not in traffic management or anything like that, just common sense is done. But the one thing I ask on either one, whichever one you do first, for gosh sakes, give some prayerful consideration to those gosh awful medians that have been put in the middle and that are eating up a lot of people's time and a lot of people's energy and a lot of expense for nothing. I don't know who designed those before. They look real good on paper, but they're not worth bombing in real work. They take up at least one lane and possibly two all the way down Yorktown, and the maintenance of them and the looks of them, they look like they've been watered with Roundup.
That was some grant money that
well,
came
grant
available.
money
That
is
was
money,
done way
but
before
we're
I got
spending
here.
good money after grant money trying to keep that. Okay, delete.
Here, I have a question. Unless
It's
you
awful.
can-
Who? Where are
Just
you? Who was
I had a
that?
question.
Roland.
Oh, Roland. Oh, yeah. Come on, Roland.
I'm still here.
Yeah. Okay.
So, Gil, have they done a traffic study?
Excuse me, Roland, why would I be
Have they
doing a
done-
traffic study?
Yeah, have they done a traffic study? I mean, I'm trying to help you here because you're basically saying you got a safety hazard. So has there been a traffic study? I mean, really, it's for Jeff or whoever. Have we done a traffic study?
Council, Mayor, City Manager Richard Martinez, Director of Public Works. No, we had not done a traffic study out there, but our traffic engineers took a look at that and looked at priorities. And as Mr. Hernandez has stated, we looked at our priorities was how do we get those neighborhoods that are currently there into a controlled intersection? And that controlled intersection was Rodfield and Yorktown.
Okay, but how many residents are we affecting? I mean, I guess we haven't done a study, so we don't know.
Yeah, we haven't done that study yet, sir.
Okay, all right. And by the way, Mayor, I'm a big supporter of medians. I believe in slowing people down so I could ride my bike. So,
Right on those medians, you got wide enough for an 18-wheeler to drive down them and not hit either road.
All right, well, thank you.
Except for the light poles. Okay, this was part of a discussion. So anybody got anything else they want to discuss,
Yeah.
Everett?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I've got it.
All right.
Yeah, something on the Rodfield. I drove that, and we know along Yorktown that I don't know how many subdivisions that we've approved, zoning coming through there. You drive that Yorktown section from the Oso Bridge to Rod Field, and it's amazing the amount of new rooftops that are being built. And as you said, that's just a 2-lane rural section, and as Councilman Hernandez said, a real safety hazard on there. It's not only a safety hazard for Rancho Vista, but on both sides, the north side and south side of Yorktown going there. So just as a thought, we all ought to take a look at that. It's a fast-growing section, as Mr. Zanoni said earlier, that area on there, and take a hard look at Yorktown. That, as soon as those rooftops start to be occupied and those subdivisions going on, we've got a huge issue coming on safety-wise. Not only Rancho Vista, which was designed to front on Yorktown. It's not designed to go into Rod Field. You go none of the houses back up to, they're fenced off on the Rod Field side. So it was designed for Yorktown on there. So Yorktown definitely needs to be improved. And like Councilman Hernandez said, it's a safety hazard, not only for Rancho Vista, but that half a dozen other subdivisions that are going in there along Yorktown. So thanks.
Yeah, and I agree with Councilman Smith. It does need to be improved, but I think it's sequentially, this would be probably something to be best on the next bond cycle, to where you sequence this Rod Field, then Yorktown. And that way you have the opportunity to move people away from Yorktown, and so they're not interfering with the actual construction, reconstruction of Yorktown.
Well, see which is your highest bidder out there on developers. Who gets the street? Where's the best place to put it if you're gonna get developer to participation? See what, I don't know who all's out there doing stuff, but there's a sure lot. I mean, Brazelton is,
yeah.
but there's 3 or 4, I didn't even recognize some of the names on some of those signs out there. So there's a lot of money being spent out in that area with lots of new, some
Right.
of it's just doing site work now. They hadn't even started, but there's others that are pretty far along.
Right.
Yeah, and I think it'd be interesting to know too how many homes, would be utilizing this, because
The road?
it's with Del Mar coming and just all the homes going up, Cimarron, I think it's called Cimarron Crossing and Royal Creek, that's at least 1,000 homes right there. But either way, just as part of the discussion, I think that's very important to provide that relief.
Yeah. I think what can't be disputed is that both the Yorktown and the Rod Field need to be improved without any doubt. It's just a matter of funding and timing. If we had the money, we'd be recommending both today. Both are gonna be needed with the massive amount of new housing and the Del Mar College campus that's under construction. This place is, we're setting ourselves up for trouble.
Mr. Roy's he's had his light pushed, and I apologize.
That's okay. And actually, I think many of you touched on kind of what I was going to ask. When you take a look at that area, and I do believe it's one of the fastest growing areas, and the fact that we could get some developer participation, I know we talked a little bit. I mean, is there any way that we could at least have an assessment in terms of what it would cost to maybe do both, or a portion of both, or whatever? Because I think we're at a time right now where I think it's critical, and I've driven that road, and out of all the places that I've driven in the city, that probably scares me the most, because I've tried to make that turn before. And but I think right now, while we're looking at this, is there a possibility that maybe we can see how close we are on this? And I think it would be at least worth exploring.
Yeah, I don't think we're close financially, but so if we flip the 5 million, Councilman, and took it to the Yorktown side, it's only gonna take us a little bit on that road. It won't take us.
I'm just saying, trying to do both.
It's probably gonna be, I don't wanna throw out a number, but it's tens of millions of dollars.
Is it?
Yeah, it's probably 20, 30. Well, I'm not the engineer, we got two in front, but they.
Get you past
Go to the podium.
Yeah, we can't hear you, Jeff.
I was thinking with the developmenters, the participation with the developers, maybe we could get a little bit closer. I'm just trying to think, I think there's merits on both, and I don't think that area is going to slow down, and that's the concern, because if we wait until the next bond that we propose, I mean, I can't imagine it improving itself.
It won't improve itself.
And we already know that 2025 is the earliest that we think that we can get some relief in that area with the MPO. Did I understand that right? So, I don't know, it's just a thought. I just think even if we can't do it, it'd be interesting to see what it would cost and how close we could get to it, and just a thought.
Well, just speaking for me, a dumb old engineer that's got to get these projects done, I'd like to do both, and, you know, I really don't like the pattern of letting all the development happen and then go in and try and do the road project after everybody's living there. It makes it way harder, and you might remember Slough Road was kind of a similar example, where you had one way in and out of there, and we had to build the other road, the back road, to provide access and egress. There were 400 or 500 homes in there that built with one way in and out, and that was how we came up with to do it, and not force those people to wait an hour getting in and out every day.
I just think that, and I know that we were trying to come up with a very equitable way to look at each district and allocate monies. But at the same time, when you take a look at the economic impact that I believe it would have if we did make those improvements and do the right thing out there, you know, we might want to evaluate that. So that's my thoughts.
Okay, the no action. You've heard our input. Whether you pay any attention to it or not, that's your job. So I guess we'll just have it back on the agenda next week.
Yeah, next week, council, Mayor, the council will consider approving a final project list for consideration in the bond program. We'll work with the council this coming week, follow up with some of the dialogue.
Will we have any, I know you're up against the timeline for calling an election, but I don't know, y'all do what you want to do. That's the way it's going to work, so.
Yeah.
All right, anything else? We go to item number, we've already done 18, right?
Yes, sir, it's item 19, the last one.
So we'll,
19 is executive.
item 19, and let me get over here to get my right, proper language that I have to read. Except for,
19 is our executive session. We're going to use the council chambers?
Yes.
Okay, that's good. We'll have to, let's see. Yeah, we're going to use it.
All right, we're going to take, let's take a 5-minute recess. The council will go into executive session on item 19, is per the Texas Government Code, section 551.071, or is it a different section? Same section, so we're good?
Yes, sir, that's the right section.
All right, we're going to take a 5-minute recess to get set up for our executive session. we'll go about our business.
Well, did we okay the firefighters contract? Or
Says we're in executive session. Okay. All right, for the public information, we've completed our executive session on item number 19, 18, what number was it? Number 19.
Right.
There's no action required on 19, is that correct?
That's correct, Mayor. That's correct, Mayor.
All right, I haven't heard, does anybody have any future agenda items? I think we got plenty on our plate between our calendars and our budgets and all that,
Yeah.
so.
You get plenty.
Anything else? If not, this meeting stands adjourned.